Players, I love horror stories, and I love them on the internet as well. It's probably top two places you can find one is on the internet. The other place is my dad's bedroom. And one way you could tell a horror story online is through a framing device called an ARG, or an ARG to the seaman, like a pirate says, ARG. That stands for alternate reality game. They go by other phrases, unfiction, analog horror, but one of my favorite series online is called the Walten Files by the creator Martin Walls. Today we're going to break down a few of the episodes from the Walten Files series. Journey with me, and don't get too frightened because now it's time, and we're going to watch the first two of them. Now, gang, I'm going to warn you right off the skiff. This story, it does have a lot in common with the FNAF at Freddy's series. Of course, there's no Montgomery Gator. There's no Vanessa. There are animatronic animals and dead people getting inside there. Okay? That's kind of where the similarities end. So if you will, bear with me here. Let's break it down. The story begins, like many analog horrors do, with a company training tape. The company in question is called Bunny Smiles Incorporated, and we get to know some of the characters that they invented.
Hip hooray, the sun has got his hat on. Hip, 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 hooray, the sun has got his hat on, and he's coming out today.
How much is that dog in the window? The one with the wiry tail.
These furry little fucks live in a place called Bond's Burgers, a kind of a Showtoppers pizza animatronic band, FNAF at Freddy's style experience. We get to meet the wonderfully wacky, neato showstoppers that this Chuck E. Cheese from hell has to offer us. The band members consist of Bon, the bunny, Shaw, the sheep, Banny, there's two bunny, and Boozoo, the guy. He's just a dude, I guess.
Here's a message from Jack Walton and Felix Kranken, our beloved founder.
Which reads, in BSI, the most important thing to us isn't the money or the rating. The most important thing to us is that you have a wonderful experience while working with us.
That being said, with the Bond's Burgers restaurant getting opened in a few weeks, we're looking forward to achieving this dream with you.
They seem nice. We are then quickly shown an infographic for a location called the BSI Canine Storage Facility, deep within the St. Juanes Forest. The graphic says that it's there basically to reclaim, restore, and hopefully one day reopen a Bond's Burgers after the incident of 1974. What that may be, that seems like a wonderful place to work, and welcome aboard, and I can't wait I'll be with you soon. The tape then jump cuts to a children's animated series by the name of Little Bond's Neighborhood. You'll notice at the bottom of the screen it says this animation was created 5 years after said incident that caused Bond's Burgers to close down.
It's a brand new day in Little Bond's neighborhood, and a really special one for sure. Little Bon has been waiting all day for his friends to arrive. He is planning to have a sleepover with them. He has everything set up for the perfect movie night with his friends.
This episode is about all these little fuckers getting ready for a sleepover movie night. Let's make sure that we've got all the gang there. Count them off.
For this sleepover, he invited Shah, Boozoo, and Billy. Let's check again in case we don't forget any guests. Bon invited Shah, Bozu, and
Oh, would you look at, there's a little man in there. That's Jack Walton.
Bon spent all his money on a really funny movie, which he hopes all of his friends will enjoy and will laugh with little Bon. And friends watched the movie. I guess we can say they had a blast of a time.
We see on the screen the text, "Let me out of here" appear. We also see a little pill bottle beside the television set that says Sophie Walton. Who the F is that? I don't know. Our creepy critters then drift off to a slumberous sleep side by side like all good best friends should, when suddenly, Bon is awoken by a flicker of the television set. Jack Walton, missing, June 11th, 1974. We then see a car driving through the middle of the St. Juanes forest on its way to the canine facility. The car is being driven by a brand new caretaker, Brian Stells. As soon as Brian steps foot in that little fuck bucket, he notes a very strong, pungent odor, which I'm sure we're all used to if we've ever stepped foot in a fuck bucket. Brian then does what any of us would do when we walk into a spooky bunker in the middle of the woods. He kind of just starts fucking with shit.
Let's check the left arm. Yeah, the left arm. The left arm.
And that's when something inside of Bon wakes up.
What was that thing?
Brian then GTFOs out of there, but before too long, he's caught by everyone's favorite Robo-Rabbit freak, Bon's burglars. Oh, this is fun. This is good. This is good. This is cool. This is nice. This is a good moment we're having here. I like this. It would appear our friend Brian solemnly got his shit rocked. And he claims it's because Bon thought that Brian was someone else. A female. A her. A who. I don't know. probably gonna stick around and find out. I'm wearing a different shirt now. Okay? Deal with it. Tape 2 is another employee-facing training type vid. But you'll notice here at the bottom it says, accompanied by Cyberfun Tech. Now, the first training tape said this, but something about the phrasing here and the way that the date is crossed off seems a little suspect. Hold on to that thought.
Let's start analyzing the Relocate project by checking what has happened ever since the closure of Bonds 4 years ago. As many of you might have known from previous tapes, our beloved entertainers were safely secured in St. Juana's storage facility some months after the restaurant's closure. Later on, a good amount of business opportunities appeared, such as books, merch, animated movies. We even got a TV show. That's when Felix Kranken had the brilliant idea of restore and reprogram the robots of Bond's Burgers with the purpose of relocating them in a new restaurant that would be opened in a not-so-distant future.
Alright, whoa, hold on. Bond's Burgers closes on July 20th, 1974, 9 days after one of its co-owners, Jack Walton, goes missing. Ooh. And about 4 years later, BSI, now semi-rebranded to Cyberfun Tech, seems to be doing a grand reopening after hiding all their animatronics in some weird bunker in the woods. Doesn't sound not evil.
So let's give it up for Felix Kranken, a man with not only a giant brain, but also a giant heart.
Oh, so Felix Kranken is the one who's the man with the plan ever since his bestie got. And now he wants to reopen his cyborg murder mall. Cool. You know, all this information coming at once it's a little too much for my ADHD brain. Could we have a change of scenery? Maybe something a little more calmer? Or this? This works too? Fuck!
The mighty rabbit tries to find a way out of the cage, but it's unsuccessful.
Okay.
The rabbit keeps trying to find a way out, or at least catch the owner's attention.
What the hell?
The mighty rabbit needs to get out. 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 The rabbit is starving. 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 Is starving. Is starving. Is starving. Is starving. Is starving. Is.
Cool. Seems like Banny, the other bunny animatronic, has a little case of a lady inside of her. Well, it appears that there's a woman by the name of Susan Woodings kind of just right in to her, into her casing. Just kind of. We then cut to a training tape for the future facility caretakers. This is probably what our good old friend Brian watched before he got all his guts mauled up by a big-ass bunny bot.
I bet you must be very excited and nervous to start working here. But let's stop and think. Do you have all the necessary items for your job tasks? I thought so. Let's put on a nice backpack and start packing some items. Let's check the items you will require for your job at K9. Lantern? Check. Snacks? Check. Key? Check. Camera? Check.
Jack, what are you doing in there, you little minx? Get out! Shoo!
Wow, it's pretty dark here. You should turn on the light. Turn on the light. Turn on the light. Turn on the...
Walking in, we get to see the interior of the canine facility a little better, including the resting room, the storage closet, the merch room, and of course the place they...
The third door is used to hide.
Sophie, where am I?
And she sounds like she's crying out for help for someone named Sophie. Who is Sophie Walten?
By the time the lady entered the backstage, as the voice told her to, missing husband wasn't there. Instead, she found a rat.
Rose broken will fix you. You will beautiful. You will beautiful. You will beautiful.
When she woke up, she looked beautiful. But on the inside,
Every single part of her body was bleeding out.
It would appear we are watching the wife of Jack Walten, Rosemary Walten, searching for her lost husband. And honey, I think she just found him. Well, we don't know for sure that Bon is Jack, but what we do know is soon after, Rosemary's kind of right into Shaw the Sheep, which seems just like a grand old time. The last segment of the compiled employee tapes showed the personal recordings of 3 BSI technicians restoring the showstoppers in the storage facility.
That lived near the restaurant about the place playing music during midnight, like 2 or 3 in the morning, along with the lights on, which was weird because back then the company didn't really worry about hiring night guards.
When inspecting the animatronics, one technician remarks that it appears the robots have been heavily damaged, and it appears that this damage had to have taken place once they were brought to the canine facility, after Bon's Burgers closed. Intriguing. The gang then talks about how fucking weird it is that some company issued them all a small brass key, but didn't tell anyone what it belonged to. Curiosity gets the better of one of our caretakers, Ashley. While the other 2 technicians sleep soundly in the other room, she decides to figure out once and for all what that key belongs to. Ashley stumbles upon a room full of our favorite freaks and notes a character she doesn't quite recognize, a gray rabbit hanging out of a hole in the wall. And then Ashley enters the last room in the facility where she finds... why, it's Billy the Clown animatronic with a tape recorder in his chest. Cool.
I found this. I'm pretty sure that clown thing had a cassette player installed. So I guess I'll have to be brave and try and see what this whole thing is.
Jack, Susan, Charles, Rosemary, Sophie.
That's right. She got right into that clown guy. You hate to see it. So many young, promising people getting smooshed right into an animatronic shell. In the second episode of the Walten Files, there were 2 small half URLs hidden in the video. And when you put those URLs together, you get Lucky You, a secret video that we're gonna watch right now before the 3rd ep. Don't worry, it gives just a little insight as to where the series might be going. In Lucky You, we get several dates right off the bat, beginning with the opening day for Bon's Burgers, June 28th, 1974. 2 days later, Bon's hosts its first children's birthday party. I assume they would let you rent out the restaurant for your kid's big day a la a Chuck E. Cheese. But I wouldn't know what that's like, because last time I asked for a Chuck E. Cheese birthday, my parents refused my request and said, "Isn't 22 too old for a Chuck E. Cheese birthday?" And Get a job. YouTube content creation is a job, and one day I will overthrow Markiplier as king of YouTube. No matter, because we then learn that on July 20th, 1974, less than a month after it opened, Bond's Burgers closed its doors for good. And there it sat empty, while our animatronic friends were hauled away and sealed into the canine facility in the St. Juanes forest for at least half a decade.
You must be so confused about what you saw. Don't be scared, my little bunny. Answers will be given eventually, but don't try to solve this puzzle only with the pieces you have so far. This is only the beginning. For I'm going to tell you a story of broken people, beautiful people. He is so sorry about what he did to them, but there's nothing he can do. Remember that. Safety and pills, Sophie. 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 Safety and pills, Sophie.
Safety in pills, Sophie. We aren't sure yet who is telling Sophie to take these pills, but I think it's safe to assume that they want her to forget something that she saw, or perhaps modify what she thinks she saw. More on that later. We are then shown the showstoppers one last time as someone directly addresses Sophie Walten, telling her that they made the people inside the animatronic suits beautiful and filled them with life, which to me sounds like something a villain says. Right? We don't know who's talking right now, but that doesn't sound like the hero. Doesn't sound like something Captain America would tell us. Sounds more like something... Probably sounds more like something that, like, Bin Laden might say. Sounds like something Bin Laden probably said. I have no proof of that. I just think it's possible. The next tape is a bit different, and is thus far the most recent footage we witness in the Walten Files. It opens showing us various scenes from the first two archive videos as a face slowly fades onto the screen. I think that's our friend Sophie Walten. You know, this whole time it's been a mystery. I think that's her. It is her. It says it right there. It says Sophie Walten. So, give me the ding. I did it. I'm like Matt Pat. In this video, we watch Sophie and her girlfriend Jenny play Bunny Farm, an arcade machine. One that, I shit you not, was hauled into the K9 storage facility. Don't believe me? Pop it up. Look, there it is. Right behind Shaw. They all thought that they could get one over on me, but I've got Matt Pat's brain. I'm a theorist. I'm a theorist, and I'm coming for... you're next, Matt Pat. You're next.
Right, so you gotta choose a name now.
I see your name over there.
Yeah, but the idea is that you play the game from scratch.
I see. Put my name over here, then. So... Fuck. Shit, I can't go back.
Dumbass.
According to the description, BSI recorded all gameplay activity on their beta testing arcade cabinets, and apparently this one has been heavily modified. We're in for a few spooks, I'm sure.
All right, gang, gather around.
What is it, Mr. B?
Yeah, what is it, Bob?
Oh, don't tell me you guys forgot about today.
I know, ask me, please, I know, ask me.
Anyone else aside from Benny? All right, Benny, what day is it today?
Right, today is the annual fruit festival. We do a huge party on the restaurant every year.
You know, something I like about the game is the artwork. I don't know why, but there's something about it that seems, really familiar to me.
Huh. Right, I should show you the controls so you don't have a hard time playing later on.
Alright.
Okay, so you use this thing to move around.
Okay.
And you use these buttons to interact with stuff.
Yeah.
Apples.
Yeah, I've played this game for a while, a few days ago, and I noticed a bit of stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah, this game looks very unfinished. I saw a ton of errors and shit while playing the levels, and it crashed a couple of times too.
Huh. That's strange, but then again, the game did clarify it was a beta test when we turned on the machine.
Yeah, when BSI installed these machines, they clarified that as well, but here's the thing. These glitches are very creepy, if I'm totally honest. That's why I wanted to show you this in the first place. I know you're into that
BSI?
kind of...
Jenny then mentions BSI and Sophie feigns memory of the company. And then Jenny tells her what happened to Brian Stells has apparently happened only a few weeks prior to the recording of this gameplay.
What happened?
Some weird rumors and shit. Apparently there was this one employee that drove to some forest a few days ago. Not too far away from here, actually. He hasn't been seen around ever since he drove to that place.
Really?
Yeah. The word got out quickly. Some family members say it was his first day.
Well, what's his name?
Brian, I think?
Well, I hope he's doing alright.
Same.
Thanks for the summary, Jennifer, but Carter Skull already made a video on this last week, and you probably should check that one out first before, trying to claim that you know anything about the Walten Files.
Well, who knows? Maybe he's okay.
I mean, it's been a while since he was last seen, right? Brighton's not that big of a town anyways. They would have found him by now.
Reminds me of this other girl.
There's more?
This young employee named Ashley. Young adult. Very pretty. She became some sort of urban legend around here.
Why?
People say she died inside of some old bunker from the company. Her body was never found. Most say she was privately buried. Others say she's still inside that place.
Oh, she's inside, all right. She's inside a robot.
Sounds like a made-up story to get little kids away from that forest. And we should probably just continue with the game.
I gotta do some other stuff. I got this one essay I need to finish. I'll see you around.
Oh, alright.
Just talk to me in case you have any questions regarding the game, okay?
Yeah.
Walking around a bit, we see a strange gray bear appear to be watching over the player. That's odd, and I don't care for it. Sophie then competes in a high-stakes game of tic-tac-toe against Billy the Clown. And her reward for winning is...
What's that? Jenny? What the hell? Restart the level. Christ. Never mind.
A dead lady. Specifically the dead lady who's smushed inside of that clown. What happened to, like, a sticker or coins? Rightfully, Sophie's just a little spooked, so she logs off for the night until tomorrow morning when she picks the game back up, where she reads...
Fuck. Don't tell me I lost all my progress, 'cause I
It looks like Bunny Farm has been altered since she last played.
think this is a save where the glitch occurred, and I really feel like I should dig deeper into this.
Which I'm positive it's not going to be a problem whatsoever during her playthrough. Maybe a bug here or there, but I think it's going to be a wonderful time. And, maybe she should do a speed run on YouTube. People love those.
Oh no, Benny! What have you done? All the pigs have escaped to the hippo house.
Benny, you dumb bunny.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to help.
It looks like they each entered a different door. We'll have to find keys for each door.
Okay, so basically we'll have to catch the pigs, I think? Okay, gotta find the keys for these doors.
In Banny's minigame, Sophie must explore Pete the Hippo's house, and while traipsing around like she owns the fucking place, we get to see more visual glitches, including Pete's eyeless hippo kids. Neat. And a picture of Felix Kranken hanging right there on the wall. It's always good to see a friend. It's always good to see someone that you love and trust on the wall of a cartoon hippo. His house, the hippo's house. Sophie solves a puzzle in the next room, and her reward for that is another familiar face. Susan Woodings.
BSI Technical Support Audio Log Number 3, June 30th, 1974. Jeremy's birthday party finished an hour ago. I decided to stay and help the employees clean the place. This week has been strange, especially because of the opening. I find it weird that they opened the place even though Mr. Walten disappeared a few weeks ago. I hope he's doing alright. Rosemary came in today and asked if we'd seen him around. I'm pretty worried about it. Felix seems very concerned and worried too. Anyway, the birthday party, yes. Everything went according to plan. This was the first birthday party in the restaurant, and I feel it turned out pretty well. I noticed a few irregularities in the stage and in the audio animatronics. As the engineer and the person who basically built the animatronics to begin with, it was easier to notice these, especially in Bond. Something fell off. The limbs weren't moving properly. They looked stiff and odd, mainly in his right arm. It took a few more minutes to take him to the backstage, just to make sure everything's okay. I'm the only one left. Chris left some hours ago, and Felix didn't even show up. I'll leave and close the restaurant when I'm finished. I'm sure it's not going to take long.
After hearing her last known audio log, for a moment, Sophie controls a sprite with Susan's image on top of it, in a purple outfit. And where have we seen a purple outfit before? And I'm not talking FNAF at Freddy's, I'm talking in the Walten Files. When have we seen that? That's right. That's right. I pay attention to these things. I notice things! We then see Susan attempting to address the issues she noticed in Bond. So when she did that, when that happened, I think he got a little pissed. I am still alive, but I can't move, and I'm having trouble breathing, and my stomach feels weird.
But that was very confusing and scary, but it felt like I was being told a story or a certain event. I mean, clearly I was, but, yeah. Thing is, the pills have been making me forget a lot of stuff from my teenage years and my childhood, and, like, I started taking them for a reason, but I really don't want to think about it.
On her way to the next minigame, Sophie is shown the diary pages of someone named Linda Thompson, but we can easily see that her name used to be Linda Crankin. I can see why she changed her name, since Crankin sounds like you're... It sounds like... kind of sounds like you're jerking off.
Felix has been acting weird lately. He's been drinking more than usual. I'm very worried about him. I don't know what to do. I know I haven't talked to you as much as I used to. This month has been so crazy. I moved in with Felix last week. He was very happy about it. Yesterday, Jack and Rose had their third child, a little girl. Her name is Molly Walten. Jack and Felix have been pitching up the restaurant idea with a company that's interested in the project. The name's Cyber Fun Tech. Christmas was nice. They built a doll, a gray rabbit, for Ed and Molly. Molly named it Rocket. Felix drank a lot yesterday. This has been a problem for a while. He's a good person, but he doesn't want to address this. It's getting worse and worse, but he doesn't notice. He feels bad about it, but he doesn't try to change. It's getting worse. He's so submerged with that project, he doesn't realize how much damage he's doing to himself, how much damage he's doing to me. He keeps going to that place only to drink. Sometimes he stays in the warehouse for the sole purpose of drinking. He doesn't listen. He never listens. I don't know what to do. Dear Felix, by the time you're reading this, I shouldn't be home. I know you're confused. I'm confused too. What you said last week hurt me a lot, but it opened my eyes. Hopefully this opens your eyes too. Our relationship isn't healthy. I don't think it ever was. I am leaving Brighton this morning. You're at the warehouse with Jack and the rest as I'm writing this. By the time you get home, I'll already be in Hurricane. I know you're busy today doing Jack a favor. Something related to a school party? I can't remember. But please go there when you have the time. As for me, I'll try to build my own life while I still can. You should do that too. I love you. Goodbye.
It seemed to Linda like Felix was hiding something, and that something was eating him alive, turning him cold and distant. Maybe he started playing League of Legends. The minigame finally loads as Buzu tasks us with helping him set up a birthday party.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, step right up. Get ready for entertainment like you've never seen before.
But first, he wants us to play a baby game for little babies.
Start with something simple. Memorize. Take a close look at this picture. Time's up. Let's play.
But slowly the game becomes less and less of a game of memory, and more a game of Buzu becoming a bit of a fucking freak.
Congratulations! You're very good at this. Right. It's time for the real game.
He then wants Sophie to play a game of Spot the Difference, another baby game that slowly becomes less a game of Spot the Difference and more a game of become a bit of a fucking freak.
Try again, would you? You spotted a difference. Great job. You... Nope, that's not the difference. That's not the difference.
Congratulations! You completed my game. Now, time for the prizes.
And this here, that's a new face. We don't know who this person is, but from the tape in Billy's chest, we know that a man by the name of Charles was also, stuffed. And I think that's him.
Missing 0714, missing 0714. missing wheel 714, missing wheel 714.
Left rotting inside Boozoo the guy is another guy by the name of Charles, a BSI employee who looks like he was battered by that robot. There's a lot of that in this, so I shouldn't be surprised, but his scare is particularly disturbing. Next minigame, please. This one is too yucky. I do not like it. Let's move on.
Or what happened to them? I doubt they're alive anymore. I mean, maybe they are, but it's unlikely because I would have heard from them by now. And this game really tries to make it seem like these people died. Not in very pleasant ways either. I really don't want to think about it anymore, but Jesus.
Shaw the Sheep invites Sophie to play a game of hide and seek. And at this point, we see two large objects hidden in the woods, labeled E and M, with a small gray rabbit laid upon them. Sophie finds Shaw hiding in a nearby barn because Shaw is not very good at hide and seek.
You found me. That was nice. I had so much fun playing with you. How about you hide now?
It's Sophie's turn to hide, and well, okay, I'm gonna level with you. This next segment is probably the most disturbing moment in the videos so far. So, brace yourself. Here it comes.
Am I still beautiful to you? Sophie.
I know you.
Found you.
I did not care for that. Oh, hey, it's that weird bear that we saw at the beginning of the game.
Come one and come all. Welcome to my magic fountain of memories. Step right up and enter your most repressed experiences and get ready to be amazed by my magic. Let's take a small trip down memory lane, shall we? Tell me, what is it you would like to remember?
Sophie then asks the bear about the two small red figures we saw during hide and seek with Shaw. Why did I say Ma? It's only Sophie's mom in there.
Here goes nothing. Holy shit. That's my old house.
Hello, Bob. I'm so glad you're here to help me clean the code base. All that's left to do is just...
Hello? Felix. Jack, what is it?
Listen, I was wondering if you could do me and Rose a small favor tonight. Oh, I don't know, Jack. Today's been a...
Jack Walton calls his dear friend Felix to pick up his children from a school dance, and despite the fact that Felix had already been drinking that evening, he agrees to pick up Ed and Molly from the school.
Tonight? Yeah, if it's possible, of course. Sure, I can do that. Really? Yeah, sure. Oh, thanks a lot, man. You're lifesaver, Felix. It's nothing. Alright, so, I'll pick them up at 5 and get them home at 9. Rose should be home by then. If she's not, you call me. Got it? Got it.
I remember this conversation.
Finding a car parked in the woods, Sophie is shown a cutscene of her younger siblings getting ready to go to the dance, and Molly mentions bringing her favorite toy.
That's Ed and Molly.
After a short car ride, we explore the school dance Ed and Molly are attending. The rabbit walks us to the other end of the school where the kids are looking for their Uncle Felix.
It's okay. I'm just feeling a little dizzy. It's getting late. Your parents are probably worried.
What?
On its cue. 30 minutes of non-stop rock. Turn it up. You come on like a dream.
How much is left till we get home?
Not much. Just kind of lost, I think.
Uncle Felix, were you drinking?
M-Y-Q.
Our teacher says drinking is not right.
No, I'm just feeling dizzy. It's not that big of a deal, alright?
Number Dave 531. Flowers 5224343. I got a zap coming up. Rolling. Go.
I want to go home.
Molly, we're almost there.
Don't you think you're driving too fast?
Listen, I'm just trying to get you to home quickly, alright?
Zap coming right now. 10 till 10 for safety.
Look, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling too good right now. I really just want to lay in the bed and go to sleep.
It's alright. We get that today wasn't the best for you. We understand. Everything is gonna be okay.
Thanks, Molly.
Felix killed Ed and Molly in a horrific car wreck. And instead of telling Jack or calling the police, he left their bodies in the St. Juanes forest with their favorite rabbit, Rocket.
They didn't go home that night. He buried them here. He was too scared. But they found a way out eventually. You have 25 new messages. Felix, pick up the phone. Now, I need you to pick up the phone. It's been 3 hours since I told you to get Ed and Molly home. What happened to my children? If anything happened, Felix, you must tell me. You haven't told me in 3 hours. I need to know what's going on. I'm trying to call you all night. What the hell is wrong with you? I've been trying to contact you all night. I've been calling everyone for you. But what the hell is wrong with you? 3 hours, you didn't call. I asked you to do one simple favor for me. I need to know, where are they? Where did you... But that's not all, is it? There's still something you forgot to remember. They've been waiting for you.
And for one final time, Sophie gets to look upon the visage of these fuck freaks as Bond slowly approaches her, covered in blood. Cyberfun Tech opens with a new look at a familiar scene, though this time, it's not in the form of an 8-bit arcade game. We get to see Ed and Molly Walton at their school's Spring Fling event,
Come on, Molly.
They appear to be the last kids at the dance, searching the school for their Uncle Felix.
Look, there he is.
We see Molly's backpack, with Rocket the Rabbit along for the ride as the two walk into the light, in the form of a foggy farmyard. Ominous, depressing, and eerie. The tape then fast forwards a bit, and for a few frames, we see the same fogged up farm with what appears to be either a car or a real squatty Jack Walton. It's gotta be one of the two. I'm leaning towards Jack? Speaking of Jack Walton, we see his missing poster flash on screen with his eldest daughter, Sophie, standing by. Then, we see the video menu select our first segment to this Cyber Fun Tech information tape, a Bond's Burgers promo, which opens with a journal entry by one Charles Brooke, who, as we learned in Bunny Farm, has a little case of being inserted into another man. He's in a guy? He's inside of a guy. How do I say that better?
Wow, he said that?
We see everyone's favorite FNAF cover band, the Showstoppers, performing for a bunch of families inside of Bond's Burgers. When Bond is shown on screen, we see for a moment a red square in the middle of what looks like a forest. And before we can try to decipher that, we see a figure bathed in white light, wearing a suit and tie. Is this Jack? Is it Felix? Is it my dad? It'd be cool if it was. I hope that's my dad. Next on the tape is the Cyber Fun programming demo, where we meet this little fella. This adorable little boy says that we may learn a thing or two about the quality of their company, which to me sounds like something you would tell a potential investor. And it looks like we just discovered who this tape was originally made for. We also learn that Rosemary Walton, Jack Walton's wife, was lead artist at Bunny Smiles Inc., creating the look for each one of these little stinkers in this hellhole. Which also explains why Sophie said the artwork looked so familiar to her in Bunny Farm.
Something I like about the game is the artwork. I don't know why, but there's something about it that seems really familiar to me.
Susan Woodings then formally introduces herself as Cyberfun Tech's lead technician and actually designed the robotics that would ultimately be this crew's undoing at Bunny Smiles Inc. Don't sweat it, Suze. It happens to the best of us. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk did that when she made Tesla or like a robot there. I'm not too up to date on current events. Then, abruptly, we see a Polaroid image of a birthday party that Bon and Banny attended. We see the birthday boy reacting to something he sees inside of Banny's faceplate. I'll give you one fucking guess as to what that is. We then see Susan giving us her award-winning peepers with a message on screen. It's upside down and flipped backwards. But don't worry. Thanks to the latest and greatest innovations at Carter Skull Industries, we are able to reverse engineer and backwards integrate the message, deciphering the code for all of you at home. Wow! Sounds like Norman, one of Susan's colleagues, knows something's up, and knows Felix is not being upfront about her disappearance. For Norman's sake, let's hope he doesn't go snooping too hard, because I think we all know how that normally goes in this company. Susan then shares her latest creation, in the form of the animatronics Cyberfun Tech console chip, designed to give the showstoppers the ability to walk and talk, as well as recognize faces and places. Next, we see the screen of a terminal connected to the CTC as Susan and Charles test the new system.
Yes, Charles, I just told you.
All right. I'm just checking if everything's going as
I
planned.
know. Don't worry. This isn't the first test we need to do with the robots.
All right, great.
What's interesting here is we are seeing what the system inside the console is seeing. A top-down scan of the environment with people represented by little sprites that look just like them. And where have we seen that before? Hold that thought. It might just come up later. Charles and Susan then discuss Felix's growing drinking problems as they test the facial tracking system. A system that can recognize the faces of those scanned into a database within the chip.
Knowing Felix, he's probably drinking somewhere in town.
Does Jack or Rose know?
Nope, I don't think Linda told him about it either.
Susan, we have to tell them. Heck, even Chris knows about the addiction.
Let's just focus on work for now, shall we?
Right. So, I'm checking my notes right now. What's up to do?
Apparently, Ed and Molly are already recognized by the console, but it still has some issues recognizing Sophie. I guess that explains this. Shaw then scans the two technicians, represented here by two blue squares appearing on screen. Presumably, this is how we know when a face is recognized and logged into the console.
Great. Everything seems to be working properly.
Huh. So that means no more testing for today?
Yep, pretty much.
Ah, sweet. I could really use a beer right now.
Reminds me of what we were talking about earlier.
The next recording takes place 11 days after Ed and Molly are killed in the crash. We hear Susan and Charles discussing the event, and they seem to know that it was a drunk driving incident.
What does that mean?
That's what I heard, man.
He was drunk while driving the car?
Lower your voice, alright? Look, the funeral went down some weeks ago.
They didn't tell us?
It was private, Charles. Only the family were there.
Fuck. How's Jack holding up?
Haven't heard of him in a long while. I barely even see him at work.
You don't think Felix's story lies, don't you?
Story? I think it's bullshit. I think something else happened, man. Something worse.
God. So they're gone? Molly and Ed?
Listen. I don't even want to think about it.
Susan then tries to cut their conversation short, because according to her, Felix hid Rocket's doll in the facility, and it gives her the creeps. Cannot blame her there, because then the little bugger gets up, walks across the room, and scans two invisible figures nearby. Maybe it's recognizing someone. Or two someones. Maybe two little guys. Maybe two little ghost children. Maybe they are recognizing Ed and Molly. The final console recording, labeled the first, unfortunately, has some pretty familiar audio.
BSI technical support, audio log number 3, June 30th and...
This is the first birthday party in the restaurant, and our field turned out pretty well. I have a few concerns. First of all, I need to see whether I can read running the audio on the phone. I have to do everything, and basically,
we then get to see another new and improved view of how Susan met her fate. She turns around for a moment, shining her flashlight on the walls, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. She discovers a locked box on the floor as we hear heavy metal footsteps approaching her from behind. And hold up, fellas. I know I've said it before, but what we're about to see is probably the best glimpse at one of the most disturbing aspects of the series. Now that we have the power of animation on our side, we're going to see in extreme detail just what happened to little old Suze. So, with that out of the way, here's what happened.
Wow!
We then flash back a bit, hours after the car crash. Jack Walton speeds over to Felix's house to confront him about his missing children. Inside the home, we hear the numerous voicemails Jack left his friend as he pounds on the front door, commanding Felix to open up.
Open the door. Felix, if you did anything to those kids, I'll fucking kill you.
And as Jack stands outside screaming, looking for Felix and his children, suddenly, a view of a static sky. Felix sits in a ditch, looking at Rocket, both covered in blood. 3 graves. One for Ed, one for Molly, and an empty grave waiting for Felix. Until he notices Molly's backpack. Felix decides he can't leave any evidence for his gruesome crimes, and walks it to the edge of a cliff overlooking the river. Unfortunately for humanity, Felix does not swan dive face first into the jagged rocks below. Instead, he sits on the edge of the cliff contemplating what he's just done.
May 5th. 3 days after the accident. I haven't been able to sleep since last week.
Felix reveals that 3 days later, he told Jack and Rosemary about the accident, though probably a less than honest recounting of the events. Ed and Molly appear to haunt Felix through Molly's doll Rocket, tormenting him through his sleepless night, able to watch him through their cold, plastic eyes.
Pain in their eyes, the anger. Make it stop. I'm so sorry. Please. God, I'm so sorry. It's a reminder of this huge mistake and how there's nothing I can do to make it better.
Which, unfortunately, means that once Felix discarded the doll in the employees-only section of Bond's Burgers, they both got to witness the horrors being performed on Susan's motionless body, as Bond mockingly shoves her into Banny's animatronic frame. Woof! He's really going to town. Really making a whole meal out of the event. We are then brought back to the foggy limbo we saw Ed and Molly enter at the beginning of our video, as Molly begs her older brother to help Susan as she enters the farm. But before they can act, we hear someone whistling a familiar tune.
I can hear you, Susan. I'm here.
Where are you? Please, where am I?
You're in safe hands, Susan. Welcome to Wonderland. Your new home. Isn't it beautiful?
The voice explains that Susan's spirit has entered Wonderland, a sort of world between life and death as her body slowly dies inside of Banny.
Not yet, at least. Your heart is still beating, but your body is now functionless. Out there, you're slowly suffocating. I would know.
Who are you?
Oh, where are my manners? Pleasure to meet you. My name is Bomb, and you're Susan.
He introduces himself as Bomb and offers Susan the gift of rebirth.
That is the new you. A wonderful gift that will eventually become your new body. Just like a beautiful butterfly bursting from a cocoon. You will be reborn. You don't have to listen to me. That is up to you. But what other choice do you have? A spirit can't survive without being tethered to a vessel. I know you're scared. I was too. But everything will be okay.
I don't...
Apologies for what I had to do to you. But look, the hard part is over with now. Besides, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
Susan suddenly awakes to the sound of someone breaking down the door to Bond's Burgers. Unable to call out for help, she watches as the figure walks into the room, presumably unaware that she lies within her animatronic prison. Ed and Molly are left alone to wander Wonderland until another unfortunate soul moves into this plane of existence. The siblings hold hands, walking aimlessly into the fog, as the Walten Files Part 4 comes to an end.
Okie dokie, see you later.
Well, there you have it, the fourth official installment to the Walten Files series, and I think it was worth the wait. What's that? Are you kidding me? A second video has been a second video has hit my sub feed. All right, I'll let them know. All right, sounds good. I love you. Guys, I've just been informed that a second video has been uploaded, hidden through 2 half URLs in the video. Fuck. You see, thanks to the latest and greatest innovations at Carter Skull Industries, we are able to backwards integrate and reverse engineer 2 half YouTube URLs, putting them together to give us Lacrimosa, which, as we all know, is Latin for weeping or tearful. So I think this one's probably gonna be a fun watch. A fitting title as we open on the crime scene of the apparent disappearance of Ed and Molly Walten. In the description of the video, we learn that after burying the children in the St. Juanes forest, Felix Kranken turned himself in to the Brighton City Police Department, claiming that he awoke after the crash to find the children missing. Cool move? Cool move, dude. We then get to learn a bit more about the CTC and how its features work.
The Cyberfun Tech Console is a data disk filled with all the vital information of the Bond Burgers animatronics. The console contains the main patterns for the robot's movements and interactions with the customers. The console allows the animatronic to have advanced interactions with the audience, most notable one being the walk-around feature, which allows the character to roam around the place. The map tracking feature records audio for safety reasons. Once the console is removed from the mech, technicians are allowed to see the recording from the animatronic's perspective.
Right here we learn something very interesting. The console chips are always recording audio and are able to be removed and reviewed by BSI technicians. What is another piece of BSI tech that the technicians regularly review and modify? The Bunny Farm arcade game, which we know for a fact was remotely modified as Sophie played the game in episode 3 of the Walten Files, which also has scenes of top-down scans of the environment with people represented by little sprites that look just like them. It is within my theorist opinion that someone uploaded the CTC data disk into a BSI arcade cabinet to reveal to a drug-induced amnesia patient by the name of Sophie Walten a few of the horrors that were perpetrated on BSI property. The tape even adds to the established events by reiterating that the CTC has limited facial recognition storage and can easily mistake faces that may or may not look alike. Enter Brian Stells. As we learned in part 1 of the Walten Files, Brian Stells looked like Sophie Walten and unfortunately got. We then get to see a little bit more of what happened to Susan, as a voicemail from Charles is heard asking the whereabouts of the missing BSI technician.
We're all really worried over here that something may have happened to her. Apparently she was here on the 30th, but I'm not sure. I called in sick that day. Please, if anyone has any information, call me. Please.
If only they checked that stinky-ass purple rabbit suit oozing red from the facial area. We know this kid did. Susan walks around heavily breathing, searching for a way out of the building, being met with seemingly endless hallways, much like we saw in part 1. When suddenly, she sees an open door. And before she can walk towards her freedom, boom! Bon just kind of wheet. That guy fucking sucks, you know that? And so concludes Lacrimosa. God, I love this series, and I love that even though after years of waiting for a new part, we also get this little chunk of lore, which, you know, as YouTube's acting MatPat replacement, I'm a big fan of. Originally, I thought Jack Walton was inside of Bond's animatronic, but after meeting that one white guy, I'm not so sure. It could be a vengeful Felix, hunting down the employees who knew of his secret, or an entirely different entity altogether. All we know is one question remains. Where's Jack Walton? If you liked what you saw here today, make sure you support the original series creator of the Walten Files. I'll put the link down in the description. And if you liked my breakdown of the series, make sure you show me a little love. Why don't you make like a Walton and
Today, Skull Nation, we're going to be breaking down another analog horror series. This time about a scary version of the Batman. And I love superheroes, and I love Marvel and DC too, all at the same time. And they're not paying me any money to say that. So stay tuned and let's check out if it's good or not.
Hey, welcome back to You and Me, am I right? That's right, today we will be breaking down a relatively newish analog horror series, this time coming from a twisted version of the Batman universe. The series is ongoing as far as I know, but has branched out into other superhero and supervillain characters for us to mangle up and make oh so spooky. Creator Oblivion has graciously compiled 9 of these episodes into a playlist titled The Bat. Allow me to say this right off the bat. Get it? Because that this series is a little bit slower than what we're used to on the channel. But don't get me wrong, there's a lot of interesting story beats and a couple twists and turns that we might encounter on our way in. So I hope that if you haven't yet watched the original videos, you'll take a trip down to the description below and click that link. Check these videos out for yourself. There's a lot of fun to be had, and who knows, maybe you'll have a better time than I did. So let's dive into DC's finest and figure out what the H is going on down there, and what happened to Bruce Wayne and his parents, and who knows, maybe we'll see a couple of jokesters along the way. Our first video, as the description states, is a recovered live feed recording from Gotham City's police commissioner, Jim Gordon. He begins reflecting on the strange state of the world since the Bat incident happened in 1959. He also states that coincidentally, these sightings began on the 21st anniversary of the murders of Thomas and Martha Wayne, Bruce Wayne's folks, which I'm sure he's got nothing to do with this and is just sailing the world and playing the bagpipes. Apparently, old Bruce lost his marbles after the death of his parents, and throughout the years, grew increasingly bitter and malnourished, speaking of restoring order to Gotham. Sounds like Jim Gordon has some kooky idea that Bruce Wayne is still within Gotham somewhere, and may even be Batman.
Citizens of Gotham, vengeance is coming.
3 years after the Batman first emerged, our next entry is a guide for Gotham citizens whose loved ones have gone missing. Their advice? Don't let it happen. Idiot.
GCPD's instructional presentation. The topic of today's presentation is on what to do if a loved one is missing. Losing a loved one is a troubling experience.
And says that this is the instructional guide for citizens whose loved ones have already gone missing, and how to avoid this in the future, with such helpful steps as keep an eye on them, lock your doors and windows, and of course, don't let them hang out with Batman. Okay, so my kid's already gone though.
Don't let them make contact with the Bat under any circumstance. It will harm you.
In the distorted audio, we hear a voice say, "There is no redemption for the wicked. Death is the only way out," which is a really cool and positive message for a hero to say to people that want to be saved. Moving on. Our third entry seems to come from a whistleblower of some sort, trying to share some information on who the Bat actually is. They state they aren't supposed to talk about this, which makes me think it's Jim Gordon trying to spread the word without getting caught. He shares that the creature in Gotham is in fact Bruce Wayne. What? But our whistleblower has proof.
My name is Bruce Wayne. My father is Thomas.
And I just gotta say this. If you're like a crime-fighting vigilante who's currently wanted by the police, maybe recording yourself saying your name, your dad's name, your mom's name, the motive for your doings, it's gonna be tough. Wouldn't recommend it, probably. Batman. Oh my God! Before the audio played, red text appeared saying, "You shouldn't have found this," which is probably Batman, or maybe even some other character. The GCPD issues an emergency broadcast alert to several areas in Gotham City, warning that several children have gone missing. The tape then names these children.
The missing individuals will now be shown.
Richard Grayson, Barbara Gordon, Stephanie Brown, and lastly, Jason Todd. For all my Batheads out there, you might recognize these names as being future Batman sidekicks. Robin, Batwoman, Girl Robin, and other Robin, or Nightwing, or Red Hood, or the Arkham Knight, whatever fucking name he's going by these days. But I'm not too sure any of that really matters, because Batman then hacks the tape again, taunting the police further, saying, "They're too late. They're family now," showing 4 coffins in the Batcave. So, you know, probably not playing Burnout 2 down there, having a good time. This tape confirms the burning building that we just saw was in fact Wayne Manor, and our yet-to-be-revealed videographer snuck into the wreckage and instantly found the secret hideout of a well-known vigilante and child kidnapper, Batman. And interestingly enough, Batman had his name on file, along with a laundry list of Batman sidekicks, as well as a Catwoman, Selina Kyle. Then, suddenly, our protagonist is chased out of the Batcave by the Bat family, right into the wings of Bruce Wayne. He escapes and reveals that the GCPD is attempting to cover up these crimes and has told the public that the Bat is dead. Why would they do this? To calm Gotham's fears? To protect Jim Gordon and his currently missing daughter? Some other poorly executed reason? I don't know. The tape ends revealing that Tim Drake, another eventual Robin candidate, has gone missing. Somehow before the other kids were reported missing. By a few months. And I'm pretty sure this tape takes place after the one before it. This entry comes from one of the actual first abducted by the Bat, Jason Todd. He's gonna tell us all what happened to the other people and why the Bat does what he does. Awesome. He reveals that because his dad is crook, he has to provide for his family, turning to a life of petty crime just to get by. Don't you hate it when your dad is crook and you gotta provide for your family? Don't you hate when your dad is crook? When one night he attempts to steal the wheels off the fucking Batmobile. That goes exactly how you would expect. He awakes within a cell inside of the Batcave and meets many of the abducted children. First of which is Dick Grayson, who, much like the real Batman story, is the first to become Batman's sidekick. But in this universe, Batman injects him with a chemical called Venom, which in Bat lore is the drug Bane uses to enhance his strength. Before Jason is turned into a creepy little Batfuck, Bruce reveals to him that a few weeks after the death of his parents, his butler Alfred died of a stroke, leaving this universe's Batman without his iconic role model, turning him into this untamed, violent creature of the night. Bruce tries to recruit Jason using the fact that they both have dead parents to entice him to work alongside the Bat. Jason calls Bruce a dweeb and a dork and totally gets maced with fear toxin as he narrowly escapes this creepy fucked up Batman. Which, then we see this. I'm spooked to the core. This is a good series. I'm having trouble giving a fuck. Our next video is a very welcome departure from what we've seen so far. And you know what? I'm just gonna let the whole thing play out so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Any place, any time is a good time for Coke.
Only Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling. Refreshing new feeling. Refreshing new feeling. Coca-Cola's bright and lively. Coca-Cola has more zest. Coke is a lot more zest in living. Refreshing zest. Only Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling. Refreshing new feeling. Refreshing new feeling. Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling. Coca-Cola refreshes best. Only Coca-Cola gives you that refreshing new feeling. Coca-Cola refresh.
You know, despite a full minute of that being a Coke ad, I'd say it's very refreshing to see famous anti-Batman club, the Court of Owls, calling the Dark Knight out and seemingly putting a hit out on him. I hope we see more of this kind of thing and less of the bland text and image only entries. Next up is another bland text and image only entry. Entry 6 explains that after the Bat died, crime in Gotham began to rise, and so too did a criminal that we all know and love.
Well, I'm the Joker, baby!
But apparently, one of the Joker's many aliases was linked to the killing of Thomas and Martha Wayne many years back, which is perhaps why the Jonkler seems to be haunted by the Bat. Oh yeah, also Harvey Dent is the mayor, and someone threw a big vat of piss in his eyes and on his face, and now he's the Two-Face, he's Harvey Two-Face Dent. So there you go. Oh, but hey, kids around Gotham have stopped going missing, so that's a plus. That's a positive. We We then learn the true identity of the hacker leaving red text in previous entries. It turns out it was not the Bat, but in fact, oh my god, it's a jokester! Joker, I mean. Famous. I love Batman. And now it's time for our final entry of the night. Let's see if this series sticks the landing. It doesn't. This entry comes from yet another famous Batman character, this time being Azrael, who is kind of like Batman, but Catholic, and kills people. So he's here now, and he reveals that our Batman returns and has killed and displayed the body of Professor Pig. He also reveals that a couple of the Bat Kids were you-know-what by you-know-who. I'm not getting demonetized for this shit. But more importantly, Azrael has a big dick problem. By that, I mean he reveals Dick Grayson is also hunting down famous Gotham villains. And it was at this point that I realized that there were still 2 minutes left of this series, and I did not know if I had the strength to carry on. Anyway, Azrael has a great quote here, saying that he doesn't blame Batman and his Bat Kids for killing murderers, but at some point it crosses the line. What line? Azrael, he's killing people and kidnapping kids. The line's been crossed. Well, you must not care that much, because immediately after revealing that Dick Grayson was stalking him, he fucking brains the guy. No worries, no problem. He's dead. Hey, this character's still alive. Just kidding, he's dead. This guy who said he doesn't like the murder did it. He then killed Batman villains Firefly and Killer Moth, and then vows to kill the Bat himself. And then he rides a horse, and then he says, I do no one's bidding but God's in Latin or some shit. And then the series ends, and I turn my computer off, and I'm pretty sure I wept. Pretty sure into my pillow. So there you have it. That's The Bat, or the Batman analog horror, one of the two that are out there. And this seems to be a very popular one. And I don't get it. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of cool ideas here. The idea that Bruce Wayne, because of the death of Alfred, grows nuts and, not literally, grows crazy and becomes a literal man-bat, like the character Man-Bat within the Batman. That's cool. That's a cool idea. He's evil, he's fucked up. I dig it. Every entry introduces at least one character. That's too much. Then you bring back a character just to have a new character kill him, so there's no stakes and there's no time to adjust or care. Not good. Hey. Not good. I'm pretty sure this is the actual end of the series. This is the last video in the playlist, but Oblivion is continuing to upload different superhero and supervillain analog horror videos. I haven't watched those. I hope they're better. Don't let my negativity stop you. There's a lot of cool stuff here. It's a better analog horror than I've ever made, so that's points. And I'm sure that some of the mistakes that I found silly or bad in this series have probably been addressed in his newer stuff. So by all means, check out the original creator. I put it in the description. Watch it. Support him. I want to hear about his newer stuff. Come back here. Let me know. So thank you so much for watching. I'm back. It's been a while. So, and I'll see you and I'll see you in the next video.
Hey everybody, and welcome to another funny video, where I break down spooky analog horrors that I think are cool.
Mandela Catalogue is another prime example of an oh-so-spooky analog horror that uses disturbing imagery as well as a rich story to keep us all involved. Though this time there are no murderous animatronics, just a bunch of uncanny creepy crawlies that we get to meet, such as this fellow. Don't you just want to give him a big ol' wet smooch? The Mandela Catalogue is a horror series created by Alex Kister. Kister, I hardly know her, which is a horror series about guys and dudes who look like other guys and dudes, while these guys and dudes try to kill these guys and dudes to assimilate more guys and dudes to look like dudes and guys. But for brevity's sake, they are called alternates. So let's just jump into another world of fucked up scares with the Mandela Catalogue, starting with episode 1, Overthrown. The series begins by showing us an old beginner's Bible tape where we see an angel come down from heaven and tell two shepherds that their boy Jesus Christ is about to get born.
I bring good news of great joy for you and all people. Tonight, your Savior was born in David's town. He is Christ, the Lord. You will find him wrapped in swaddle cloth, lying in a manger.
Then, we hear an absolutely heavenly, pleasant voice narrate the story of the birth of Jesus.
The Most High bedroom, there was a woman named Mary, who lived in the city of Nazareth. She was in love with a man named Joseph. Mary was young and a virgin, but she got a very special message from an angel named...
I am the angel Gabriel. I've come to...
Before the scene continues, the tape glitches and reads the following in binary code. And after those encouraging words...
I will fool the shepherds. I will know their greatest fear. I will know your greatest fear. Wake up, Joseph. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake.
That fucked up looking angel scoots its way back to the shepherds and does its best impression of the angel that spoke to them before.
Do not be afraid, my dear shepherds. I have great news. I am your true Savior. I know everything about what makes you human. I know what you love. I know what you dread.
You know what I love and you know what I dread. What is that?
It appears that the angel Gabriel used its spooky magic powers to completely transform itself into the same visage of the first angel that spoke to those dudes in the desert. Doesn't bode well for humanity. Our next video in the Mandela Catalogue is entitled The Mandela Catalogue, Volume 1. And the video opens with a message from the US Department of Temporal Phenomena, telling the viewers at home that there have been a surge of alternate sightings and how one should deal with one if they come face to face with an alternate.
That we will refer to as alternates. We'll know if an alternate exists based solely on their physical characteristics. If you see another person that looks identical to you, run away and hide. If you see a person with any sort of biologically impossible characteristic, run away and hide.
We learn from the video that alternates imitate humans, but are often not a flawless copy of them, for they have biologically impossible characteristics. Kinda like me and my unnervingly tiny
If an alternate manages to enter your home, refrain from any kind of communication or contact. These intelligent life forms utilize elements of psychological warfare to take advantage of their victims.
They also use their power of extreme influence to drive their victims insane, and often lead them to harm themselves or others. After that uplifting message from the government, we see what appears to be some sort of investigation tape or archival footage of an alternate related incident involving Mark Heathcliff and Cesar Torres. We hear a phone call between these two BFFs that took place in 1992.
Hey, it's Cesar. I hope it's not too late. No, it's fine, don't worry. What's up, are you alright? Yeah, it's not me, it's my mom. She's knocked out cold and I have no idea why. I'm on my way to the ER, but could you do me a favor? Yeah, of course. What is it? I just need you to come over and turn on the cameras we have set up. You know the ones that we installed after we were robbed? Oh, yeah. Mind if I ask why? Well, she screamed really loud right before I found her on the ground. Do you have your doors and windows locked? What the broadcast told us it is? Yeah, that's the weird part. Maybe she saw something? I don't know. Alright, shouldn't be too bad. I'm just gonna switch them on and get out of there, though. You know how I feel about your house.
Once Mark arrives to Caesar's family home, we see the footage taken from the previously mentioned CCTV cameras. And at 3:31 a.m., we see a home invasion. We see the intruder stomp his way all around Caesar's palace looking for Mark, no doubt getting mud all over that brand new rug they just installed, and it really tied the room together. But luckily, Mark slips away back home without being followed. Except, yes he was. Followed, that is. He was followed home.
I have a gift for you. I have a present. I have a surprise.
We are then able to hear the alternate's ability to replicate speech, trying to coax Mark out of his hiding space, driving him insane.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
You know, if these freaky fucks just like did an impression of a celebrity, I feel like that would suffice too. That would draw me out.
Hey Mark, it's me Jerry Seinfeld from the hit show Seinfeld, and the B-movie also. So do you want me, Kramer, or my 17-year-old girlfriend?
And like the PSA at the beginning of our video warned, Mark couldn't handle the mockery coming from the entity.
Where'd you go, Mark?
You fucking bastard!
Oh! You really fucking whiffed it, Mark! Great! The tape then cuts to a segment of a police training video. Warning officers not to help anyone calling 911 during a home intrusion, under any circumstances. Calmly reassure the caller that help is on the way. End the call when they stop responding. Ah, that's good. That's good. Great.
MAD is the result of exposure to verbal information that is not desired to be known.
According to this informational video from 1982, it appears that metaphysical awareness disorder is a mental sickness that is transferred when a victim of an alternate attack survives and learns of the grotesque, master of disguising horrors that awaited them. By the way, did you know that in the hit 2002 flick Master of Disguise starring Dana Carvey, there was a scene in which the main character, Pistachio Disguisey, had to break into a secret club called the Turtle Club. But they had to stop filming that day because they learned of the terror attacks on September 11th. And when they got that news, Dana Carvey looked like this. That's not a joke, that's real life, and now you know it. Now you know it.
But am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
Is he okay?
He's fine.
He's fine, Turtle.
Finally, we see a toddler stress test video going through some imagery and sound to assess how likely it is that your kid is going to turn out like this. Not too long into the tape, we see scenes from Nosferatu and... Got ya! Pranked you, bitch! We then see a story written by a child by the name of Mark Heathcliff. In his story, we learn that one night he awoke to the sound of knocking. He made his way through his darkened home, spending the rest of the night in his mother's room. We then get to see the source of the knocking. The third and last video we'll be covering today is entitled Intruder Alert. And it starts off with a banger.
I am inside your home.
Sorry, dude. Looks like that guy's in your house. Not mine. He doesn't say he's in my house. Specifically, he said he's in your house. So good luck dealing with that. We then transition to a PSA created by the Mandela County Child Endangerment Awareness Association. The tape warns parents of the dangers of leaving your child in front of the television set unsupervised. We then get a hauntingly familiar sentiment.
If you hear your child screaming or crying in front of the television, wait until your child stops making noise before entering the room. You will...
After the child grows silent, his mother goes into his bedroom to discover that the infant has gone missing. We then get to see what made the child cry. Oh. What are you showing me this for, huh? Trying to give me nightmares? Trying to make me wake up in the middle of the night and scream out for my dad? And the mother, after seeing that fucked up looking face and learning that her infant has gone missing, she became distraught and unfortunately took her own life. Suddenly, we see an emergency broadcast alert letting us know that 3,426 children have gone missing between 4 counties, Mandela County being one of them.
Missing within the following counties: Bythorn County, Berkshire County, Mandela County, Yonder County. Deter vulnerable children away from any television or medium that can project possibly frightening imagery.
We then cut back to the home of the missing child, where 2 investigators set up a camera to take photos every 5 minutes. Facing the room where the baby went missing and his mother died, we see the alternate's face. And then we see that some sort of unseen force was kind of dicking around with what was left over with the mom. Kind of like doing like a marionette thing, I think. It appears that a Lieutenant Davis has ordered this footage not to be shown to the public for any reason, under any circumstances. And I wish that someone said the same thing to Dana Carvey back in 2002. Good night, everybody!
Metaphysical awareness disorder is a fatal mental illness that has been making a sudden return in recent months.
MAD is contracted by being exposed to verbal information that is not desired to be known, which usually goes hand in hand when encountering an alternate.
Young Sheldon is just a critically acclaimed and thought-provoking show. I wonder if they'll do a spin-off on Sheldon and where he goes in life. That'd be pretty cool. Man, I love that little kid. That little scrump.
Who the fuck was that guy?
MAD is a result of exposure to verbal information that is not desired to be known. The rate of death by suicide in patients diagnosed with MAD is...
We learn the mortality rate of MAD victims and just what causes them to not be around as much as they perhaps once were.
Last but not least, looking after your loved ones is a key factor for maintaining mental stability.
Great. Awesome. Hey, thank you for that. Let's move on. Our next video, entitled Exhibition, opens for a moment, showing us a scene shortly after Intruder Alert's ending, where we hear a phone call that has been disconnected, and the same haunting jams coming from the television set. Great. Before the tape switches to the 1998 Mandela County Police Evidence Archive tape, showing us an image of young Mark Heathcliff himself with his little sister in front of a church. Maybe we'll get to learn what happened to old Mark. You know, he was my favorite character after all. You know, especially the way he missed that fucking thing with bullets. So I'm sure they're both doing well. We get to see the personal camcorder footage Mark took after apparently surviving the encounter with the alternate version of his friend Cesar Torres. showing him visit the church from the photograph and in varying states of mad, filming his doors and windows, no doubt expecting another visit from his freaky fake friend. Which apparently happens from time to time. That's nice. That's good. It's always good to visit a friend. It's good. How are you? We then cut back to footage from the beginner's Bible tape we watched back in part 1 of the series, Overthrown.
Why do you try to escape on you, dear? Noah, you will be punished for resisting my message. You will bring another creature on the boat. You won't notice it at first. Just wait, Noah. Wait until you start to feel something. A change happening in your mind. You won't even realize it has taken form until you see it. When you see it, there is no return. It will give you a message. It will be your last message.
From that segment, we can assume that the angel Gabriel, or as I'd like to call him, Dark Gabe, snuck aboard Noah's Ark and has been living among us ever since. The video ends showing us a message from the US Department of Temporal Phenomena. We now learn that this government agency has been around since 1981, and at some point around 1990, the government ordered its citizens to destroy their televisions and mirrors to combat against the growing alternate threat. Which sucks, cause how else are they supposed to watch MatPat videos? I would like to personally address the recent drama regarding MatPat and his departure from the Game Theorist YouTube channel. I have been notified that, though I am not the deciding factor of that decision, I did have something to do with it, threatening him in my Walten Files video. I'm a theorist. I'm a theorist, and I'm coming. You're next, MatPat. You're next. I apologize for my words. I cannot take them back. Although I am excited to replace him as the secondary king of YouTube. MatPat's the Duke of YouTube. Well, he was. Here comes Duke number 2. Our next video, Volume 2, fast forwards our current timeline all the way to the future. The future of 2009, where Barack Obama is president and dubstep is still a thing for some reason. We hear a phone call between Adam Murray, Jonah Marshall, labeled Victims 3 and 4, and a potential client of theirs asking them to investigate her ghost cat problems.
You've reached the Bythorn Paranormal Society. How may I help you?
Hello? May I schedule an appointment?
Of course, ma'am. Where's the location?
My home,
Okay, thank you. Would you mind giving me a brief description of what you've been experiencing?
I've been hearing things.
Like what, ma'am?
I still hear the meows of my old cat Johnny, but the little guy passed away a few years ago.
Really? A freaking cat alternate?
Shh!
Adam and Jonah work as young investigators, part of the Bythorn Paranormal Society, and as stated at the beginning of this part, are currently wanted by the FBI. Though that doesn't stop them from investigating the recent surge of alternate sightings and making it a clean 1,500, baby!
Well...
How about 500 a night?
Oh, hell yeah!
Alright. Sounds like a plan.
You got anything left?
No.
You used everything already? Damn it!
Well, we don't gotta worry about income anymore, since we got this massive frickin' payday, right?
Well, we got a couple options.
Which are?
We either, one, ask someone to help start our car with the cables, or...
Steal another one?
Yeah.
The pair decide not to enact Grand Theft Auto, fix their car, and head out to their client's home, all the way in Mandela County. The two discuss the recent rise in alternate sightings, and it seems like Adam is really gung-ho about finding proof of their existence, while Jonah is a tad hesitant. They also reveal that along with TVs and mirrors, cameras and navigation systems that speak are also outlawed.
You will arrive at your destination in 10 minutes.
Holy shit, that's actually really useful. I mean, they didn't have to outlaw these things, did they? Like, I doubt that guy's face could appear on something like this and, you know, kill you. I don't know.
No, they did not.
Dude, Glee came out in 2009. You telling me people of this world don't know what Glee is? Okay, that might be that might be a bonus, okay? You gotta deal with alternates. You don't have to sit through Glee. So, Adam and Jonah finally arrive at the house around 11:42 p.m. And, something about this house is, I don't know, something about it is a little eerie. Okay, whatever, moving on. Jonah monitors from the safety of their car, as Adam walks around the house before he enters to investigate. Poking his camera through a window showing... Yeah, okay, definitely this one. Wait, those two doors look very, very familiar, right?
There's one camera in there already, but it's one of those old ones with the tapes and stuff. It will record, but I won't be able to see it in real time. I'll just have to look at it afterwards.
Adam says there is an old camcorder sitting in that room facing the door, and walking around a bit more, we see a hallway. We have definitely seen this hallway before, but not in this video, in the last. This is the home of Mark Heathcliff, the same house where he met his fate dueling his alternate best friend. This is getting a little fucky.
See anything weird on the cameras at all? Yeah, I'm scrolling through this. I don't think I see anything either. I mean, who knows? Maybe that thing's just locked downstairs. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, man, the more I look at this house, the more I really don't want to be in that. I mean, I don't see anything. I think we're just kind of babysitting an empty house for 3 nights. I mean, I think the best thing that can happen is we just leave now and then we say we were here the entire time. Because I'm looking at this house and I'm looking at this footage, and even though there's nothing too threatening about it, I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's literally just an empty house, bro. Can you suck it up for 3 nights? Suck what? Where'd that come from? I think that came from the house, man. I really don't like this now. I'm the opposite. This is kind of interesting.
After hearing a scream come from the house, Adam goes 6 to midnight, wanting to explore the house again, while Jonah is ready to call it a night and head home, hopefully with their sanity still intact. Adam dives right back into that hellhole with his equipment in hand. And what happens to said equipment? The thing that happens to pretty much all technology when it gets too close to an alternate. It starts getting fucky.
How did you die? Where are you from? What year were you born in? Are you lost?
Am I coming through?
Loud and clear.
Oh my God, behind you!
Shut up. You see anything on the cameras?
Oh my God, behind you!
Dude, cut it out.
Oh my God, behind you!
Dude, seriously, stop.
Oh my God, behind you! Behind you! Behind you!
Dude, fucking quit!
What the hell did I do?
Just forget.
What are you saying exactly? Dude, that's not funny. What's not funny?
Take a tiny bite.
We then see a direct correlation to what's been happening so far, in the form of another Bible animation, where Adam takes a bite of the forbidden fruit of knowledge. Basically what I'm trying to say is Adam makes a bad decision, listens to the evil dude, and explores further.
You followed the shepherd. You are a fool. Follow my voice instead. You will find great happiness. Wake up, Adam. Do not make me wake the others.
One of the cameras goes out, and we see that something is making its way towards Adam. In the captions of the video, we are given some more information on metaphysical awareness disorder, saying that it's easily avoidable. All you have to do is not seek it out, which is exactly what Adam's dumbass is doing.
Open your eyes.
Jonah attempts to talk to an unresponsive Adam through the image descriptions he writes in the safety of their car, after hours of waiting. Finally, Adam answers, as he gets Mark's basement door unlocked, and he can finally hear the cat meowing downstairs.
Did you just pick that up?
But first, our besties have a bit of a cat fight of their own.
Don't. Just don't, okay? Please.
Oh, so now you're taking this seriously.
Dude, I don't know what you want from me. I'm as serious now as I've ever been. Look, man, I'm just devastated that I'm not as broken as you still are with everything that's happened, and I'm sorry that I can't keep helping you carry this burden.
What does that have to do with anything?
But I'm reaching my fucking limit here. These things have taken so much away from us, yet you still run to them every chance you get.
No, I don't.
Fucking listen to me! You're not invincible, okay? I know you thought that when we started doing these fucking death marches. and nothing happened, and I get it, but this right here is real, and you should know that more than anybody!
What's that even supposed to mean?
I wish we never looked for your because she is dead and gone, and we were never gonna get her back.
What did you just fucking say to me?
And I'm sorry that these are the lives that we lead today, but Adam, if you walk down those stairs, you'd be joining her. And if by some miracle you come back out, I don't think you'd be yourself, and I'm telling you right now that I won't be here to confirm that.
Well then just fucking leave then! Leave!
Before our duo officially breaks up, Jonah lets it slip that someone close to Adam is missing and may be the cause of his obsession with hunting and documenting alternates. The audio glitches out, but with the context we glean from their fight, we can assume it's someone who died during an alternate attack. But it was probably at her own hand.
What are you? I did the right thing.
Nobody is coming to help you.
Jonah? You there?
Do you understand?
The collar wasn't real. The cat wasn't real. It was a trap. And Adam fell right into it, and gets to meet with a hauntingly familiar face. Speaking through the static, we can see the alternate begin to taunt Adam by playing a segment from the infant stress test video from Intruder Alert, as if he's trying to reveal something to Adam, but I haven't a clue what. Jonah speeds away, being taunted by an alternate through his GPS system the whole way home. Which of course means he's not alone in that car. Alright. How's everyone doing so far? Huh? Just want to take a temperature of the room. We good? We good? How's everyone's day? Do you like chocolates? Do you like the sounds of waterfalls? Good. Good. Okay. Let's keep going. The video begins with the sound of a phone call between Lynn and Jude Murray.
Hey, what's up?
He started crying again. At the same time, I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry, I just don't know how to help you anymore. Are you absolutely sure it's not the...
No, I keep telling you, it's not. I've had it unplugged for weeks now.
Lynn assures Jude that it can't be coming from the television set, as it's been unplugged for weeks, as per the law.
Tomorrow night? You promise you'll actually come over this time? He's still your child too, you know.
I swear to God, Lynn, if this is just an imaginary friend or something, I'm gonna lose it.
That's right, people. Adam Murray is the infant that went missing in the intruder alert video. And when he went down into Mark Heathcliff's basement, that alternate recognized him. We then see a public broadcast of the commencement speech given by a Lieutenant Thatcher Davis that we learn gets sent to investigate the house of the missing infant, Adam Murray. Years later, he gets a call asking him to perform a welfare check for a Mark Heathcliff. Lieutenant Thatcher lets himself into Mark's home and discovers Mark's body, with a gun in his hand, succumbing to madness.
Jesus Christ.
Thatcher then reviews some evidence from the case, hearing the voice of the alternate inside Mark's home. Sorry? The den of alternates living inside of Mark's home. He's got a fucking Airbnb for critters there.
You need to open the door. No. I am not going away.
What time is it? It's just after 8. I'm nervous for the time. Don't be nervous about the time. You have loads of time. Let's see.
We then hear a message left by a Mandela Tech representative by the name of Dave Lee, who Thatcher seems to have reached out to in the hopes that he could unscramble a tape he found at one of the many crime scenes related to these alternate encounters, and Lee, working outside of the law on Thatcher's behalf, gives him a working tape despite the televisions being outlawed. That's what happens when you write a run-on sentence, Carter. Miss Lindstrom would be pissed.
If you need any more help, you can call me back or just send me another letter, and I'll be waiting a response.
And on this tape, we see whatever this is.
Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, hello. Now, you may be thinking, who is this voice speaking to me through my television set? Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Stanley. It is very nice to meet you.
What?
I like having friends. How many friends do you have? That's great. Would you like to know a secret of mine?
No.
I can make friends appear out of thin air. What was that? You want to know how? Well, I can tell you, but you have to promise me that I am one of your friends first.
I don't like this. This is weird. Please turn it off.
Great. First, we must consider what makes up a good friend. What do they sound like? What do they look like? What colored eyes do they have? Always remember the most important rule. If there is a new friend that lives in your head, They're just as scared as you are. Okay. Have a friend in mind? Great. I think it's time to meet your new friend. Now just close your eyes and think really hard about your new friend. Can you keep an even bigger secret? I think it worked. Your new friend is somewhere in your house. Now it's up to you to go and find them.
This nightmare fuel is teaching the youth of today to imagine a new friend and encourages them to think very, very hard about their new friend until they literally manifest them into our reality. Yep. Thatcher fields the 911 call from Mr. Murray after finding his wife dead inside their home and an intruder staring back at him.
You gotta help me. There's someone in my house. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what they got inside. I've had my doors and windows locked for mine.
Thatcher is preparing to give the bullshit help is on the way speech that all officers are instructed to give, until Jude says,
Does this man resemble anyone you know by chance? No. What? I have never seen anyone in my life that looks anything like him. That can't be right. That doesn't make any sense. What? I'm sending over one of our officers. Just don't hang up, okay?
Which seems to confuse Thatcher, because alternates are always doppelgangers of yourself or someone you know, not a completely unrecognizable being. Thatcher then decides to check the scene out with his partner, Ruth Weaver. This next segment, hell, the next 8 minutes, is the best thing in the series so far, at least that we've talked about today. Because we get to see the immediate aftermath to Jude Murray's 911 call and the intruder alert video in insanely, beautifully horrific detail. So, with that being said, if you haven't seen the original video, please do so now. Okay. Ready? Here it is.
You see anything?
Negative.
Yeah. You hear that, right? Just stay behind me, okay?
Thatcher explores the Murray house, finding the baby's bedroom, along with its crib, television on the floor, and Lynn Murray's swinging corpse. Okay, hang in there with me.
Carter.
That wasn't actually supposed to be a joke. It's like I'm...
Shit. Camera's down, Weaver.
Weaver.
Thatcher's camera bugs out, and Weaver wanders out of view. Thatcher calls out to his partner and gets an almost immediate response.
Hello? Hello? Identify yourself. Identify yourself. This is a police investigation. I need you to identify yourself. Police investigation. I need you to identify. Look.
Mimicking his own voice and the 911 call placed by Jude Murray, the creature approaches him, fucking fast. Thatcher hightails it back to the station, attempting to request backup, but to no avail, as we hear the creature still singing its favorite song, slowly leaving the Murray residence.
Towns and sharing their because
Wanna meet my best friend? He likes to hide, but he wants to meet you. I want to play with him in the TV.
Stop or I'll shoot! I said stay back!
In the captions of this video, we can read all the confirmed assimilations inside of this creature so far. Cesar Torres, Ruth Weaver, and Mark Heathcliff. And, after a missed gunshot from Thatcher, the creature responds. There's not enough room for two of us, Lieutenant. And, for the first time in the series, we get to see, in real time, this creature assume the identity of Lieutenant Thatcher Davis. That's fucked up, yo, and I love it. I'm here for it. There we have it. The Mandela Catalogue, all of the first season laid out in front of you. As always, if you liked what you saw here today, or you want some more context, or want to live it like I did, in excruciating horror, please subscribe to the series creator Alex Kister. And if you liked my rinky-dink commentary on it, subscribe to Carter Skull. Please and thank you. This series is fucked up to the max, and I love it. The way that it shows the creature moving really makes it feel real. And I haven't thought of an outro, so I don't really know what to say here. So as always, thank you everybody so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye! Like Markiplier. I'm like Markiplier.
Greetings, no user ID. Welcome to Semiodyne USA's virtual message assistant, for user. Project Director.
Men pursue evil, it is evil that they will find. Mark my words. We come from the pursuit of darkness. He said, quote, our adversary, the devil, goes about like
the impact was so powerful and violent that the rogue planet was blown.
Tremble before the beast. You should make it easier on yourself and accept what it is that he bestows upon you.
How many things do you think of in a day? 1? 2? Hell, maybe you think of 3 things. What do you want, a medal? It's happened to me from time to time, and though I call it anxiety, most people call it thinking. Though rare, it's an important process of our brain's might. What if that wet noodle inside your dome had the power to manifest your thoughts into our reality? And now what if you were thinking of something really spooky, like this? That very question is what today's analog horror is all about. Greylock is a series created by YouTuber Rob Gavigan and has 12 parts in its running. That's one less than the spooky number, so watch out. And I'm not around neither. We're going through all 12 videos today, so make sure you slap that subscribe button, or maybe don't be so violent. Give him a little smooch. Give him a love. Give him a little love.
Primary systems online. Meeting sequence complete.
Back Online opens with the view inside an abandoned Semiodyne facility, as someone has entered the building to extract data from one of their archive systems.
Welcome to Semiodyne USA Enhanced Access Operations. Please enter your clearance credentials. Error. These credentials are not recognized. Clearance credential requirement overridden. Administrator privileges granted. Welcome back, unknown user ID. What would you like to do? Accessing archival storage form, GBA. Data extraction initiated. Data extraction, 10% complete. Data extraction complete. All data extracted to error, no.
Who broke in? What's Semiodyne? And will I always be this short? These are questions we do not yet have answers to, but stick with me and we may just be able to figure a couple out. I'm hoping it's the height one. I will say that I think everything we get to see in this series comes directly from the data extraction in tape 1, which would explain a few things because a lot of this stuff is stuff we shouldn't be seeing, and you're going to know exactly what I mean in a minute.
Dear believers, when men pursue evil, it is evil that they will find.
To the Mountain shows someone going on a night drive through the winding roads of Massachusetts, heading towards, what else? A mountain!
Our adversary, the devil, goes about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour.
On our way, we hear a sermon on the radio quoting Matthew 13, telling us to avoid temptation, and to not enter the thicket in search of the lion, as we may pay dearly. I don't think he's talking about a literal lion. I think it's more of a metaphorical lion. I think what's going on here is it's a little I doubt there's a real lion on that mountain is what I'm saying. Once the driver pulls up to the foot of the mountain, we see some abandoned construction vehicles parked nearby and a security gate that, of course, our driver ignores. Headed higher up the mountain, recording his journey through the woods, suddenly our tape begins to glitch, showing us something gnarly happened here. The audio from the sermon sneaks back in, telling us that presumably a pair of hikers wandered up here, finding what they thought to be the mangled corpse of an animal. Our camera person trains the lens onto a nearby tree as we see a strange object behind it, though what it is unclear at this time. And apparently, our cameraman is just as confused as us when he leaves, as we see him drive his car like he's never touched one before.
Himself, whether we intended to or not, dear believer, we are drawn to him by our own hearts. In Matthew chapter 15, verse 19, it says, "For out of the heart come evil thoughts, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false witness, slander." There is a shadow nested deep, deep within our hearts, within our minds, in a place most people don't even know exists within themselves. The devil is going to call to those depths, dear believer. And though you may tremble before the beast, you should make it easier on yourself and accept what it is that he bestows upon you.
think that someone, or something, didn't appreciate our cameraman poking around Mount Greylock. It wouldn't be an analog horror without a training tape with some steaming pile of lore on the other side waiting for us. So that's what this is. Immediately, we learn this tape is meant for Alexander Marsh. So if that's not your name, click off the video immediately. I will call the police. Unless you're subscribed. If you're subscribed, then stick around. I like you guys. The tape is labeled TF1 and was manufactured in 1993 by Unit 13 and is apparently property of the United States Army. Yes. And was created in partnership with Simiodyne USA, the guys who ran the facility back in Tape 1. We learn about thought forms, or tulpas, which are beings that with great concentration can be manifested just by thinking real hard about them.
A thought form is the manifestation of a person's will, emotion, or other deeply psychologically energized state into a semi-physical form, existing as not only an extension of the person, but as its own independent and sentient entity. Thought forms are also able to be witnessed and experienced by third parties, and are not limited solely to the person who developed them. Thought forms have been formed to serve as familiars, companions, or even friends to those who conjure them. According to key literature, thought forms can be intentionally formed by a single person or multiple people, though they can be unintentionally formed as well. But they are always manifested through the deep will and focus of a person in a considerably heightened state of connectivity with their own consciousness. Traditional thought forms can vary widely in their level of influence in the real world. While they usually take physical formations eventually, their earliest stages are more apparitional in nature, with brief manifestations, though most often remaining as an unseen essence, much like a phantom or a ghost.
We learn that early on, thought forms appear like a phantom, or a ghost, and can move objects, manipulate electronics, or speak through short phrases, but with enough thought, can become much more tangible, and enter our world much more permanently. It's even theorized that what we believe to be ghosts aren't spirits left behind by the recently deceased, but instead are thought forms conjured into our world by the grieving process, thinking so much and so hard during a state of emotional distress that they actually manifest a thought form of their loved one. Yes. We learn that a Dr. Bernard Hayes leads Unit 13's efforts in harnessing the power of subconscious thought, and has even created a big-ass machine designed to help manifest thought forms into the real world much more efficiently, where they will be kept in a chamber on site at Unit 13's facility. But don't worry, they can't harm us. Yes. I'll give you one guess as to what this video is about. We see the POV of some creep documenting himself breaking and entering into a home through a window in the back. He quietly enters the home, and The assailant then calmly walks into the night, looking longingly at the moon, after doing whatever it is he did in there.
I'd like to thank my producer, my writers, my director, my friends, and you, the ordinary people who made me what I am today.
Max Headroom premieres after Moonlighting tomorrow.
They did love me.
We interrupt our current program at the request of the Massachusetts State Police. This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. All normal broadcasting has been discontinued during the emergency. This station will broadcast official information, news, and instruction for Northern Berkshire County, Massachusetts, after the following tone.
At 3:34 a.m., Massachusetts State Police confirmed the presence of a potential group of active and unidentified home invaders who have targeted 49 residences since approximately 11:15 p.m. last night. The attacks appear to be random, spanning across the towns of North Adams, Cheshire, Savoy, and Windsor. Residents are urged to take the following actions immediately. Wake all occupants of your home. Lock all doors and windows. Close all curtains and blinds. Gather in a secure area of your home where multiple exits are available to prevent yourself from being cornered. Additionally, residents are urged to arm themselves with a blunt object or firearm if available and licensed.
Someone listening to the alert looks out their window, being met with the screams of both their neighbors being attacked and the attackers themselves. I don't have any jokes there. That sucks.
Well, hello again, Tiffany.
Oh, hi, Wanda. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, too.
We hear the voice of an expecting mother-to-be by the name of Tiffany Crisaldi getting a routine checkup. But suddenly...
There he is. He's definitely a growing boy, that's for sure. And you're both looking really good.
Oh, I love hearing that.
Let's get some measurements to see exactly how much he's grown.
What was that?
I don't know. I've never seen that before. Maybe something to do with the power.
Oh, okay.
This is a bit strange.
What? What's strange?
Nothing to worry about or anything. Just having some trouble finding the baby all of a sudden.
Maybe the machine messed up?
Possibly. But I can still see everything else. It's just not picking up the baby for some reason.
Has this ever happened before?
Well, sometimes babies can move into certain positions that are hard to see.
But you can't see my baby at all?
I'm looking. Don't worry, he's definitely here. You know what? Why don't we just see if we can borrow another machine, okay? There has to be something wrong with this one. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
No.
After her baby gets sent to the back wombs, shout out to this commenter here during our Greylock live stream. They came up with that gem. Thank you, Star Fury. We are shown a news article stating that the young mother passed away due to heartbreak after the sudden loss of her baby boy. Woof. But if we rewind to the moment it happened, we see another news article, this time about the recent home intruder attacks. We also see this fella. Hello? Tape 6 opens with someone we heard about all the way back in Tape 3. Dr. Bernard Hayes, who, if we remember, is the go-to guy when it comes to spooky mind science. He stands in front of a room full of smart people giving a lecture.
To achieve but one singular goal. A goal that countless men withered away and dying in pursuit of, leaving their towers of work behind, to be climbed by coming generations. Higher and higher they ascend, so that we will at last reach the one called God. And there, on his apex of infinite knowledge and power, we will approach and look him in the eye as an equal.
Okay, Bernie. What a real fucking mad scientist thing to say. Okay.
Welcome to Semiodyne USA's virtual message assistant for user. Project Director, Frank Porter.
Next, we hear a Semiodyne system welcome Frank Porter to his answering machine. Though I think this is the same person we saw hack in during Tape 1. We hear a series of messages to Frank from Paul Morelli, owner and foreman of the Morelli Construction and Mining Company, taking place in 1987.
Beginning playback of your messages. Message 1. March 24th, 11:14 a.m.
Hey Frank, it's Paul Morelli. We ran into somewhat of an issue today. We came across these tunnels inside the mountain, pretty deep in, but well, this is gonna sound a little crazy, but he told me to call if anything strange came up, and I figured this qualifies. People have been here before. Some obviously man-made shit in there, like carvings and stone. This shit looks ancient, like real old. I took a crew in to look through it, but since part of the tunnels caved in some time ago, we're gonna just have to bust through it regardless. But I still wanted to make you aware of it. Anyways, I'll keep you in the loop. Thanks.
We learn that Paul and his crew were hired to clear a path through the mountain to make way for a Semiodyne project. But before they got too far into the dig, they found tunnels had already been made inside the mountain. And apparently, they looked old as fuck. Probably about as old as your mama.
Message 2. March 25th, 7:38 a.m.
Hey Frank, it's Paul. Just calling to tell you the day might be a bit slower than usual.
The next day, Paul tells Frank that a section of the tunnel that caved in when they discovered it had already been cleared out, and lights were installed inside as well. Which is all fine and good. A bigger issue might be the crew reporting they see a creature lurking around the dig site.
But a few of the guys said they'd seen something running around in the woods surrounding the site. I figured it's probably a deer or whatever, but seeing all the ruckus we're making out here, you know? But they all insisted it was something else. Something like a real tall man. Might just be some environmentalist moron trying to cause some shit, but, you know, he ain't done nothing, so I told him to keep focused on the project. For safety's sake, we're going to avoid the tunnel until I hear back from you. All right, bye now.
Later that day, Frank sends an archaeologist to the mountain to check out these apparently ancient tunnels. But after a while, the guy got the willies and fled. Which, to me, sounds like the right move. Because the next day, Paul reports that most of his crew are getting sick. And apparently, that thing in the woods is still stalking the site.
I saw that thing the guys have been talking about. last night, stalking around in the tree line. I swear it had a face. Anyways, just call me back as soon as you can, Frank.
One of the crew installs a hunting camera to hopefully catch a glimpse of whatever's out there. Though, all they catch is a little cloud of smoke. Is it just me, or does that thing kind of look like one of those ghost videos? It's probably not like a real ghost though. It's probably like a thought form. Probably like a thought form.
Message 8. March 29th, 10:13 p.m.
Frank, it's Paul. Holy shit, well, a lot of the crew here is sick now, and they're sort of like unresponsive. We tried emergency contacts for them, but they just keep ringing. The phones, they just kept ringing and ringing and ringing. Nobody picked up from any number we tried. Nobody picked up. No answer machines either. Made a call to the hospital, and same thing. Just ringing. Just tried 911, still nothing. I figured the phones were fucked up, but the machine actually picked up. I think I caught whatever's going around. My skin, it feels tight. A lot of pressure behind my eyes. My teeth feel like they're humming, vibrating. You know what? This all started when we came across that tunnel. I feel like I need to figure out what's down there.
And down that tunnel Paulie goes.
Message 9. March 30th, time unavailable.
Chapstick ought to clear that right up, Paul. So, lather up and call me in the morning. Before the tape ends, we see the hunting camera one last time. And this time, we see a familiar face. It looks like the same one that flashed on screen back in tape 5. Hello again.
Authorities continue to investigate the recent crime wave that swept across northern Berkshire County, left many of its residents in a state of anxiety and panic. It was 2 weeks ago when the emergency broadcast system was engaged to warn residents to secure their homes due to the activity of a group of individuals who had been targeting and breaking into people's homes.
We see the resulting news broadcast following the attacks in Berkshire County. The news anchor, by the name of Don Wright, tries to put the city's mind at ease, saying that the suspects have already been apprehended, and he claims that they belonged to a violent militia group. But not to worry. The cops dealt with it. We're good. Nothing to worry about at all. Why aren't you interrupting me yet?
Back to normal for residents of Berkshire County.
We see a photo flash on screen showing us the mother of the vanishing baby, Tiffany Crisaldi, and her husband, Alex Marsh, the intended viewer of tape 3. We also see a blurb in a news article introducing us to a private investigator by the name of Jim Melgren. You'll note here in the article, he speaks about terrifying reports of healthy grown adults becoming deformed, growing extra limbs, and teeth growing out of their heads, which is a bit of a bummer in my opinion. Tape 8 immediately follows the aftermath of Don Wright's hacked news broadcast, where 3 producers discuss the hijack.
Well, we've been trying to reach him. We've called him multiple times. We've tried his pager. We've asked around to see if anyone's heard from him, but nothing. Right now we've got Gerald standing in for him tonight if Don doesn't show.
Liam Hollander reveals that Don hasn't showed up to work today and isn't answering his phone. I'm sure he's fine.
Then go to his fucking house. I don't care if you kick down his front door and drag him here by his ear. You bring him into the studio. Do you understand?
Yes, Mr. Rosenbaum. Of course, I'll do that right now.
There's some real powerful people depending on us right now. They need us to manage the response to these events, to let the public know what's going on, and the last thing we need is it going wider than it already fucking has. So do what you need to do, or I'm going to replace you with some producers who actually know how to produce a fucking show!
Sorry, the file you are trying to access has been destroyed and can no longer be executed or retrieved. Please choose another file. Sorry.
Then, our hacker from Tape 1 tries accessing a file that was deliberately deleted off of Simyodyne's systems. Said deleted file is the personal log of Arnold Eugene Rivers, the archaeologist who was sent to the mountain back in Tape 6.
My name is Arnold Eugene Rivers. The date is April 8th, 1987, about 9:15 at night. I was involved in the Morelli construction project at Mount Greylock. I was hired due to my background in anthropology and archaeology. I've worked to excavate a number of different historical sites. Paul Morelli took me on after securing a government contract for the Greylock project. I'm recording this because I believe my life is in danger.
Arnold reveals that said tunnels have been there since roughly 11,000 BCE. That's almost as old as your mama.
On March 25th, Paul cleared the interior of the mountain and asked me, accompanied by a small crew, to look through the tunnels and record notes on what I was able to recognize. I was then to report to one of the project directors, named Frank Porter, to offer my perspective on our findings. I kept this to myself at the time, but what we discovered in that mountain was not normal. Not only did I see the impact it was having on the crew, but certain aspects of my findings did not make any sense. Many of the artifacts were pre-colonial. Some were from Native American tribes, but there were other artifacts, some Mesoamerican, and others were shockingly Clovis in nature. Finding Clovis artifacts here means that people have been coming to Mount Greylock since at least 11,000 BCE. The tunnels all connected to a series of chambers deep into the interior of the mountain. That's where a majority of the relics were found. There were old baskets of herbs and spices, pottery, weapons and armor, talismans, and other religious items, countless other things, but all of it was there purposely, as offerings.
It was billions of years ago, when our planet was still mostly fire and rock, that a Mars-sized planet
Briefly,
had been drifting.
we learned that billions of years ago, a planet collided directly with Earth, and upon its impact, it exploded into countless pieces of debris. Said debris formed what we know today as the Moon, but some pieces were left behind, deep in the Earth's crust. Maybe this is the event that set the stage, that introduced our world to a bunch of f***ed up freaks running around.
Adams Police Department, Dispatcher Carey speaking.
Yes, I'm calling to report a break-in at my coworker's house. What is your name, sir? My name is Liam Hollander.
We cut away to hear the 911 call Liam Hollander placed after finding his coworker Don Wright dead in his home.
Parker Hill Road in Adams, number 491.
Can you tell me, is anybody hurt? Liam, are you still with me?
Yes, sorry.
Is anybody hurt?
Yes.
I guess you could say that things aren't going too Don right for old Don Wright. Or you could say that things have gone wrong. Back to Arnold. He shares that when he looked upon the carvings inside the mountain, he felt compelled to go deeper inside and meet with whatever potential entity eons of cultures have made sacrifices to. But he managed to resist the urge and flee to safety.
I couldn't recognize a single familiar symbol, and it made me sick to even look at them. Let me be clear. I am not, nor have I ever been, a religious man. But there's something in that mountain. Something people of countless cultures over the history of our planet have been worshipping, but I don't know why. But I can feel it. Whatever's down there, I could feel it. I informed Mr. Porter in my report that the archaeological findings in the mountain are of monumental historical importance, and that there is certainly more to be discovered. And I recommended discontinuing construction there. But it's not as though I have any authority over this project. I fully expected to be ignored. Mr. Porter called me on the evening of March 28th, and we spoke on the phone briefly. It was as I thought. He disregarded my concerns. I informed him that I wasn't going to return to the site.
He was so spooked, in fact, that he called Frank Porter and quit his job on the spot. And you would too if you saw what happened to the Morelli crew.
Now loading. Morelli Greylock event, Group C, Survivor data. Profile for patient B3590. Rockford, Thomas. Malformations. Notes. Communicative. Patient prone to spontaneous violent outbursts. Treatment of heavy sedation recommended. Only communicate while patient is restrained or via intercom. Now loading. Profile for patient B9231. Washington, Samuel. Malformations. Notes. Communicative. Patient suffers from constant state of severe paranoia and delusions, resulting in unpredictable violent outbursts. Standard treatment ineffective. High-dose xylazine is recommended. Only communicate while patient is restrained or via intercom. Now
we learn that at least 7 of the excavation crew became wildly mutated beyond comprehension, and all became unruly little dudes of terror, killing and sometimes eating anything in sight. Wait, eating?
Notes. Uncommunicative. Warning. Patient will attack on sight. Do not interact. Immunity to pain. Patient exhibits cannibalistic tendencies. All treatments ineffective. Immediate euthanasia recommended. Now loading. Profile for patient B4041. Oakhurst, Scott. Malformations. Notes. Communicative. Communicate with caution. Warning, patient actively pretends to be benevolent and friendly. Strong homicidal and cannibalistic tendencies. Killed and partially consumed 6 staff members on April 6, 87. Patient laughed hysterically during the attack. All treatments ineffective. Immediate euthanasia or permanent restraint for further study recommended.
In the words of the Stupendium, I think it's time to do a little theorizing.
So why not do a little theorizing?
I think we just discovered the previously unnamed assailants who broke into countless homes throughout Berkshire County. Think about it. After crawling out of the mouth of Mount Greylock, these crazed lunatics traveled to the nearby towns and started freaking the fuck out down there, killing anyone in sight. Hell, we even saw that gloved hand thrust under the window in tape 4. Definitely could be the hand of a minor. glove of a miner. Glove of someone who mines. Someone, Finally, we cut back to Arnold as he spills his guts about the whole thing. It sounds like after Frank Porter reluctantly accepted his resignation, Arnold found his front door had been unlocked.
Would the government really send someone to kill me over this? I feel like I'm paranoid. Like I've lost some of my mind. But I came home from the grocery store the other day and my front door was unlocked. And I know I had locked it before I left. I scanned my entire house for traces of anything, but found nothing out of the ordinary. I even checked and replaced all of the light bulbs.
But he couldn't find any signs of surveillance. At least none that he could see. He also reveals that he went and yapped to a private investigator about the situation, but now fears for his safety. Which he should, because as he continues to talk about the mountain, we hear something walk his way out of Mr. Rivers' basement.
Honestly, I feel much better just talking about it. This can't be. Oh my god, that's the basement door. No. Camcorder. Oh, where's the damn camcorder? Here it is. Thank God.
They're here. I'm inside my bedroom closet. I'm going to keep the tape recorder running, and I'm hiding in here with my files. If something happens to me, and you find any tapes or files somehow, please bring it to the investigator, Jim Malcolm of North Adams. That goes for this video footage as well.
Come on out, it's the police.
It's the same face we saw at the dig site. It's the same face that flashed on screen during Tiffany Crisaldi's ultrasound. And it's currently ripping Arnold apart, all the while using the voices of its past victims. Whew, boy!
Accessing GBS properties, 101, WRAV, FM, radio station. Date of broadcast, December 13th, 1963. Segment, announcement of the National Access Initiative. Beginning playback.
Our hacker from episode 1 loads up a radio broadcast from the early 1960s, where we learn about the National Access Initiative, which was designed to give the American people easy access to information, as well as communication, right at their fingertips. Citizens around the nation would receive care packages which included televisions, telephones, alarm systems, and flashlights. The president at the time, Lyndon B. Johnson, partnered with who else? Semiodyne USA, to help create these packages and distribute them across the US. But you see, there's one small caveat. Every product they sent out was bugged. Meaning both Semiodyne USA and the US government has eyes and ears inside every home across the nation. That sucks. That really blows. TBH. Don't care for it. Okay, all right. We're gonna break down the top 3 reasons this fucking sucks. Number 1, makes me uncomfortable. Number 2, yikes.
This week, President of Semiodyne USA, Percival C. Rothwell, had a lot to say.
The National Access Initiative represents a milestone in our nation's journey towards progress and inclusivity.
Motherfucker looks like a Percival. Look at that. Jesus Christ. Dudes who look like that, they're not named, like, Derek.
Perhaps most shocking of all, 29% of Americans don't even have a telephone in their home, meaning they're unable to call for aid or even just contact friends or family members. They are left disconnected.
Kennedy didn't go for it. But you assured me he was amenable. Was that just more of your bullshit? No? He's gonna fucking expose our whole plan for the NII program. The meeting couldn't have gone worse. If that fucking Nick thinks he's gonna expose Semiodyne, he's got another thing coming. But we're not the only ones he's pissed off lately. After rejecting Operation Northwoods, and then that executive order involving the Federal Reserve, there are a lot of snakes in the grass. And it's about time that Kennedy got bit.
At Semiodyne USA, we're building the future. Semiodyne USA is here with you every step of the way.
This image flashes on screen, which, number 1, makes me uncomfortable, and number 2, good God, Jesus Christ.
The Johnson administration has stated that while they are going to begin launching this landmark program right away, it will first be made available only in select areas as construction crews from coast to coast prepare to establish important infrastructure that will support the National Access Initiative program.
We then fast forward to 1994 with footage from a Semiodyne device in the bedroom of a little girl, where we see this.
Hello? Hello? Is somebody there? Where are my glasses? Where are you?
I'm over here, Katie.
Oh, there you are. Who are you?
I'm your imaginary friend.
My imaginary friend? But I didn't imagine you.
You must have, because here I am. You probably just don't remember.
Are you from your doctor's office place that I had to go to?
I think you might be right, Katie.
Katie asks the figure if he's from the weird doctor's office she had to go to recently, which we can assume to be a Semiodyne facility, like the one mentioned in tape 3.
I can't find my glasses, so I can't really see you.
Oh, they're over here.
How did you get there?
I noticed they were a little dirty, so I wanted to clean them for you.
Really?
Yes, they look all shiny and new now. Here, come get them. Then you'll be able to see me.
Oh, thank you. Where are they? I still can't really see because my eyes are so bad.
You reach out and I'll put them into your hand. Okay?
Okay.
Closer. Just a little bit closer.
After she's attacked, for a moment, we see Katie hooked up to the Thoughtform Manifesto.
Hello, you've reached Alex Marsh and Tiffany Crisaldi. We're not able to get to the phone, so please leave a message after the tone and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Messages from the Dead begins different. We see a gloved individual walking around the woods, finding a dead rat. And what do you do with the dead rat you find in the spooky woods? You bring him home, I guess. Next up, we see the other end of the missed phone call from the last tape.
Hey, babe. I'm just checking in. Could you please give me a call as soon as you can? Don't worry about work either, please. You're way more important, okay? Okay. I love you. Bye. After we lost the baby, I stayed home for almost a month. We both took it hard, but I was just really worried about Tiffany. She seemed to only be getting worse with time. She spent a lot of time by herself. When it came time for me to return to work, we decided I would call home every day during my lunch break, just so we could talk and check in on each other. She always picked up the phone whenever I called. She knew it would worry me sick if she didn't pick up the phone. But this time, on that day, she didn't pick up.
Alex Marsh calls to check in with his high school sweetheart during his lunch break. We learn that these phone calls are part of a new routine for the couple after the mysterious loss of their baby. But, as Alex explains to a police officer, Tiffany did not answer their scheduled calls.
You know, just, I'm getting a bit worried, so please call me back, okay? Love you.
The footage is briefly interrupted by a shot of a bunch of candles arranged around a triangle, with a circle in the center, which is not so coincidentally the logo of Channel 13, home of Dawn Right Tonight.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm gonna head home. I'm sorry, I'm kind of freaking out. I'll be there soon. I love you.
We then hear the intake report for Tiffany by the Massachusetts medical examiner, Dr. Heinrich Albrecht.
Dr. Heinrich Albrecht, medical examiner, Westfield. May 19th, 1987, 3:23 p.m. Intake report for Tiffany Elaine Marie Crisaldi. Caucasian female, age 28, 29, 26, 30, 27, 25. Case number 87.
He states that although the paper reported her cause of death to be heartbreak, she's got a case of a little bit of black goo coming out of her face hole.
Initial external evaluation reveals a resinous black substance adhered to the face, neck, and upper thoracic region. Samples have been obtained. Additionally, the eyes are fully retracted. These observations are aside from any traditional indicators of struggle or violence as a cause of death. Rigor and livor mortis align with the estimated time of death.
He also notes a strange carving found on her abdomen that apparently is quite fresh. So fresh, in fact, that the symbol had to have been carved into her after she died.
Unusual finding on the abdomen, specifically below the sternum. A symbol of some sort has been carved into the flesh. Equally concerning is the absence of hemorrhaging in the surrounding tissues. Due in part to this, I have been able to ascertain that this symbol was carved into the skin post-mortem. In summary, while the exact cause of death is yet to be determined, it is the carving that requires the initiation of an immediate and in-depth investigation. This aspect of the case should be treated with utmost priority due to its unusual and unnerving nature. Private lock for case file 87-091-HA for my home archives.
Back in his home, the doctor records his personal thoughts on the case. He mentions that his assistant Sarah heard the voice of a woman crying when Tiffany arrived.
Heard what sounded like a woman crying, coming from the direction of the cooler. I shrugged off her remark and let her leave early, telling her she was likely stressed or overtired, and I continued cleaning up on my own. I didn't dare to tell her that I heard it as well.
Okay, Tiffany, we're recording now.
Okay.
We then rewind about 22 years to a point where a young and very much alive 6-year-old Tiffany Crisaldi is receiving therapy for her hallucinations.
Okay, are you ready, Tiffany?
I think so.
Are you nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll need you to follow my instructions, okay, Tiffany? As long as you do that, everything will be fine. Can you do that for me?
Okay.
Good. I'm going to play some sounds that will help you through this exercise.
We hear the currently unnamed doctor slowly guide her through a hypnotherapy exercise. During the session, this doctor describes in great detail the interior of the young girl's home and urges her to imagine her bedroom. and to imagine something that seemingly only exists in her mind.
You are alone. You're going to walk quietly to your bedroom now. You come to the stairs and begin to walk up. You hold on to the banister as you go, letting your hand slide up. Step. 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 You reach the second floor hallway. Everything is in its proper place. You are alone. Nobody else is here with you. You look to the right and you can see your bedroom door closed at the end of the hall. You walk into a room, and that's when you can see something different that's never been there before. Tell me what you see.
It's a door next to my window.
That's right, it's a door. What does the door look like, Tiffany?
It looks black. It has weird marks on it. The wood looks weird.
Walk to the door and open it.
I'm scared.
It doesn't matter if you're scared. You must open the door.
He tells young Tiffany to open the door, which causes the music in the room to cease, as she describes what lives beyond the door.
It's a small room. Somebody's in there.
No, Tiffany, you're alone.
No. There's someone here. He's facing away from me. He's standing and tall. He's very tall.
Tiffany, you are alone. Nobody else is there. Now tell me what else is in the room.
There's a TV. The screen is all fuzzy, and the tall man is watching it.
Tiffany, I want you to focus on removing the man from your mind. When I snap my fingers, he will be gone. You will be alone.
The man's shaking. His body is cracking.
Okay, Tiffany, I'm going to count down from 5. When I snap my fingers, you will return to the real world. 5. You're feeling more awake
He's
now.
turning around.
4. Everything around you is becoming hazy.
He's looking at me. He sees me.
3. Tiffany, you can feel the chair you're sitting in again. 2. Everything around you fades to the blackness behind you. 1. Full control of your body. 0. You're awake, Tiffany. You will return to reality now.
A young Tiffany Crisaldi seems to have made contact with a thought form. A tall, cracked figure. Back to the freak in the woods. We see him bring his new rat friend home. Oh no, don't do that to rat friend! Whatever did you? Apparently, hiding messages inside of dead rats was a very real thing that the CIA did back when, sending a text just wouldn't cut it. The tape inside of Rat Friend is addressed to a black-gloved man, a man by the name of Jim Melgren, the same private investigator we read about in Tape 7, and the same private investigator that Arnold Rivers contacted in Tape 8.
Mr. Melgren, I have some very important information for you pertaining to the events you have been investigating.
We are also met with the same star logo that was carved into Tiffany's body, and an unnamed distorted voice attempting to give Jim some top-secret information regarding Semiodyne, thought forms, and the numerous deaths around Mount Greylock.
For now, I am simply offering you information. You can take it or leave it. It's impressive you remained alive for this long. But then again, you've gone to great lengths in the past in order to survive, haven't you? I'm going to tell you a story, Jim. A story that you've been dying to hear.
But first... Our next tape is just like me, short and sweet, and opens with who I assume to be Jim Melgren, setting up a trap in his basement. Throughout the tape, we see the same creepy occult candles in the formation of the Channel 13i logo. Jim sets a tape player on the floor of this room, and when he hits play, we hear a familiar sound. Although, it's an odd one. We hear the sound of Alex Marsh crying during his police interrogation video, and after a while, the video completely glitches out, and I think that means a couple of things. One, Jim is setting a trap for Tiffany's weird thought-form zombie corpse. And two, since the tape is glitching out that much right after he activated his crying husband decoy, I think she's a lot closer than we think. But hey, what do I know? I'm just doing a little theorizing.
Why not do a little theorizing?
Our last tape of the night is another Simiodyne video cassette, which this time is intended for Charlotte Melgren, presumably the daughter of our humble investigator. So, if that's not your name, click off, buddy! Unless you're subscribed. If you're subscribed, you can...
Greetings, and welcome to the second video program in the Preconditional Protocols and Orientation video system for Unit 13, TF2, Waking Your Subconscious. This video
the tape issued to Charlotte is entitled TF2, which must mean that this is the intended second training video in the Thoughtform series, as we watch TF1 back in tape 3. I love it when a plan comes together. I love it when a plan comes together. The tape was designed to wake the viewer's subconscious, ensuring maximum thoughtform manifesting ability. You may also notice there's a little guy in the background of this video getting a lot closer. It takes time, he's getting closer, it's very spooky, and I don't like it.
This exercise will present you with 5 separate sets of words. Each set will contain 6 words. For each set, you will have 10 seconds to choose the one word out of the 6 that you feel doesn't fit with the others, and write it down in your workbook or on an appropriately labeled piece of paper. If you do not have your workbook, simply write the numbers 1 through 5 vertically on your paper, and place your answers beside each corresponding number. Now, let's begin.
We see a list of words flashing on screen, which we are told to sniff out the word that does not fit with the list. I'm not going to go through all of them, but as you can see, yikes, a photo of a woman with 2 dogs flashes on screen, followed by a news article that's a tad difficult to read, but we can glean that it's about the same woman in the photo and her animal rescue sanctuary. A few words more, we see this message.
Where is your precious dog, Jim?
As we get a better look at that lady, Charlotte Jean Melgren, missing. We also see a few frames of what seems to be Paul Morelli's camera as he walks through the tunnels within Mount Greylock.
Priming complete.
After about 10 minutes of this bullshit, which, to be fair, yeah, I'm skipping about 10 minutes here, and it's all cool stuff. So if you want to take the TF2 test yourself, make sure you click the link in the description. As I was saying, after about 10 minutes of that bullshit, we are shown some security footage of Charlotte's Forever Friends Animal Sanctuary, after the motion detector was triggered by something that entered the dog kennels. Then, suddenly, the power goes out. Charlotte then receives a call from someone named Troy, who works for Ever Vigil Security, as he was alerted to the motion on her property.
Yes, hello, this is Troy with Ever Vigil Security. Am I speaking with Charlotte Melgren?
Yes. What happened this time?
Miss Melgren, we've detected some unusual activity at Forever Friends Kennels. Our system alerted us that kennel door 1 was open and then closed unexpectedly, followed by a power outage. Is it correct that your primary residence is the first unit at Forever Friends?
Yeah, but okay, so I'm not the one who got the security system. It was my dad. So I don't know if there's some way to fix this or whatever, but you guys have called me in the middle of the night like 5 times in the past couple of weeks, and it's all turned out to be false alarms. Every time.
Charlotte mentions that her father, Jim Melgren, is the one who set up the security systems. Jim must have a reason to be suspicious of other people. Or maybe he's just trying to protect his family from an evil corporation by the name of Semiodyne.
Gonna go flip the breaker.
Ms. Melgren, we strongly advise against going outside or into the kennels, especially with the power outage. We can call to have a police officer dispatched, and they can make sure it's safe before you...
Wait, hold on. Is there any way we don't have to do that? I have to be up at 6, and the last time it took them over an hour to get here. For nothing. Please.
Ma'am.
Like I said, this has happened a ton of times, and plus the dogs aren't even barking. If someone was in there, they'd be going crazy by now.
Ma'am, I could get in a lot of trouble if anything happened and I didn't call anyone. It's company policy.
How about this? I'll keep you on the phone while I go, okay? I'll switch to my cordless and everything. If anything happens at all, you can call the police.
Miss Melgren...
I will even grab my flashlight.
Just let me at least check tonight's footage to make sure everything looks okay first, all right?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
Okay, let me see here.
Troy reluctantly lets Charlotte walk into the kennels to flip the breaker back on. But first, he insists on checking the previous 5 security alerts from the past month that Charlotte was told were just false alarms.
Okay, I'm getting an error. It's not letting me review it.
Well, I can just head over really quick. Like, real quick.
Well, there's no motion alert in tonight's logs, so... Okay, just please be quick and safe.
Thank you. Seriously, I'm gonna go throw some clothes on and, grab the cordless, okay?
Yeah, all right. I'll look into the false alarms you mentioned and see if I can figure out what's going on with that.
Okay, be right back.
Only problem is most of the footage is corrupted. I say most because we were able to view the alert from about a week ago. And we see...
Okay, on the cordless. Got my flashlight. Still there?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, heading outside now and then going right across to the kennels, so just hang on another sec.
Okay.
A couple days later, the same creature is captured, noticing the camera and giving us a little... one of those. And after viewing that, Troy is naturally spooked and urges Charlotte to leave the kennel and just wait for the cops to arrive. Which, of course, she does not do.
On my way to the basement. But everything seems fine.
I'm really not sure this is a good idea, Miss Milgren. Listen, something's wrong with the recordings I'm seeing of your home.
What do you mean wrong?
Honestly, I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking at here. It seems like the camera's glitched out or something, but the previous calls you've been getting, they weren't false alarms. Yeah, again, I'm not sure what's going on here, but something's been stalking around your property for a while now. I'm not sure how the previous people who called you didn't notice.
Okay, something like what, an animal or?
No, well, I don't know actually. I just think you should go back to your house, okay? Please.
Okay, yeah, you win. Let me just make sure that the dogs are okay, and I'll head back over. They're just right here.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna try to look over tonight's footage again, just in case it's decided to work.
Okay. Hi, babies. Hi, Mama.
What's wrong?
I don't know. You okay, buddy?
Charlotte? What's going on?
The dogs aren't moving. They're all just standing here.
Well, it's late, so maybe they're just tired or something. But let's just get you back.
That's not it. They're just
And as she tries to deduce that one, Troy finally gets video footage from tonight to play, revealing the tall creature letting himself into the kennel.
Oh my God, it's like they're fucking dead, but they're not.
What the fuck?
What?
Miss Milgren, you need to get out of there and return to your house immediately. I'm sending your information to the police right now.
Meaning, it's probably still in there.
Okay,
now!
Fuck, I'm leaving!
What was that? Are you okay? Charlotte! Charlotte, are you okay?
It ripped my flashlight.
Charlotte?
It ripped my flashlight. It's gone. It's gone. Something ripped it out of my hand. I can't see anything. Please fucking help me, please. Something's in here. Wait.
Okay, Charlotte, I've sent your information to the North Adams PD, okay?
Troy contacts the North Adams Police Department, trying to keep Charlotte calm as she waits for help to arrive. But then, she drops this gem.
Okay, can you find your way out?
I'm trying. Where's the fucking door? This doesn't need to be safe. The door's fucking gone.
Charlotte, you're gonna be okay. Just listen to me right now. Feel along the wall until you get to a door or a window, okay?
Okay.
Do it right now, nice and quick, all right?
Please. Oh, God.
The front door is no longer there.
This doesn't make any sense. It's like I'm in a totally different fucking building. Oh, it just keeps going. There's no windows. There's no doors. This isn't fucking possible.
Just keep going. Stay focused. There must be something.
I'm trying. Oh my God.
Great job, Charlotte.
Okay, I'm out and the door's locked.
Okay, very good, Charlotte. You're doing great.
Charlotte manages to make her way into another room of the kennel. Still unable to see anything, Troy instructs her to remain completely silent so that this creature cannot hear her.
Breathe, Charlotte. Breathe. You need to try and stay as calm as you possibly can. Listen, if it's that dark, whatever's in there probably can't see you either, okay? So it's important that we stay very quiet until the police arrive. Very quiet.
Okay.
Okay, good. Stay right where you are. Keep your back against the wall. All right, the officer's just down the road right now. You're going to be okay. Now listen, I'm going to stop talking so we can be completely quiet. But no, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere until you're safe.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you.
It's all okay. We're going to get you out of there. Now, no more talking.
And as we hear it grow closer and closer, Charlotte sits in silence, as it sounds like the monster is coming face to face with her, unable to see her.
I think my skin is moving.
What's going on? Charlotte! Charlotte! What's going on? Charlotte! Charlotte! Charlotte!
An important test. This test is made up of 5 statements. You will check true or false beside the corresponding number for each statement in your workbook.
The tape then returns to the training segment, and this time, we get some solid information on what exactly this tape's purpose is, asking us to answer true or false to the following statements. First, this tape is designed to change our brain's chemistry, forever altering it. Humans are all weak-willed and willing to betray everything and everyone if given the proper stimulus. Free will is an illusion, and this one, it's gotta take the cake.
We all have immoral thoughts and desires, but it's critical to focus our energy on the positive aspects of ourselves so that we can be better people. The darkest aspects of your mind are part of a larger psychological entity that resides deep within your unconscious. This shadow entity cannot be reasoned with. It cannot be ignored. You cannot subdue it, lock it away, or eliminate it. Even attempting any such thing has the opposite effect, only making it stronger, darker, and more dangerous.
Our dark and immoral thoughts apparently exist in our minds as a shadow entity that, if denied, only makes it more powerful. Oh yeah, and we're supposed to open the black door within our brain. Kind of like young Tiffany did back in tape 10.
Statement number 5. Opening the door to your shadow psyche and embracing your darkest urges as a part of yourself is the only way to live a fulfilling life. Testing complete.
We then see a few visual and audio stimuli to help us complete our training. And again, some such visuals include some spooky faces, like this one, that I believe is Dawn Wright. Okay, footage from within someone's home as they record an invisible figure opening the door to the bathroom they are hiding in. Alright. A thought form peering out of a containment unit, like we heard about in tape 3. Oh shit. And footage of someone running through the endless tunnels within Mount Greylock. The training tape ends letting us know the name of the next thought form video. The Shadow. Communion and Assimilation. Assimilation, huh? I wonder what that's all about. We then cut back to the Forever Friends dog kennels as a police officer has finally arrived on the scene, and we get to see the fate of Charlotte Melgren.
Okay, well, proceeding to the basement. North Adams Police. Anybody down here? Jesus, it's dark in here. The fuck was that?
And then the video just stops. It just ends. And that's all the videos in the series right now. So there you have it. Greylock. Every single video, all in this video. How long's the runtime on this one? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have a big gray beard by the time I'm done editing this one. Carter, piece of shit. A fantastic series in my opinion that the further you go, the more it connects. You just gotta mix some things around. If I'm right, which it's happened before. Huge props to everyone on the Greylock team and the creator, Rob Gavigan. Again, if you've liked what you've seen here today and you want to see some more of the things I cut out or didn't quite cover, why don't you go ahead and click the link in the description to watch the original series. It's fucking pretty good. Tape 12 was uploaded about a month ago, so any day now we could have a part 13, which again, is the spooky number. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked my breakdown of the series and my little timelining of events, if you like that, go ahead and drop a comment, drop a like, drop a sub. Let me know what you think. I hope you have sweet dreams. And remember to stay safe from thought forms. Just try not to use your brain. I've been doing it for almost 23 years now. So I'm good.